rescue on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Crusher risks her entire career to investigate a shocking death.
You think Dr. Reagan killed himself?
No.
Do you think there's a murderer on board?
Yes.
But the closer she gets to the truth, the deadlier it becomes.
I have heard enough of your accusations.
Now, will she sacrifice her life to catch a killer?
Return to the ship immediately.
I'm sorry.
We have lost contact.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Dr. Crusher risks her career to solve a murder and find a killer on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Passion unlocks Captain Picard's hidden emotions.
Didn't we agree not to let our relationship get in the way of our work?
But fate forces him to choose between romance and duty.
I'm so sorry.
Don't say you're sorry.
Now, when a raging firestorm threatens hundreds of lives,
Darren to perimeter teams, we've got a problem.
he must risk sending the woman he loves to her death.
Which teams are missing?
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Romance could turn to tragedy when Picard orders his new love on a dangerous mission on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation, Counselor Troy's mother is on a manhunt for a new husband.
A Betazoid woman, when she goes through this phase, quadruples her sex drive.
Now, Picard's hiding in the holodeck to escape wedlock.
Perhaps we should consider my alternate plan.
And Riker is the next man she hopes to seduce.
Married until death us do part.
On Star Trek: The Next Generation. Troy's mother hunts for a new husband.
Until death us do part.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Marriage Trap on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Next.
In a Romulan prison, Worf vows to liberate his fellow Klingons.
You will grow accustomed to life here.
Never.
But can one man end years of captivity?
I won't allow you to destroy what we have.
Are you afraid to die while escaping?
And must he sacrifice himself to start a revolution?
He will kill you.
Raise your weapons.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Worf struggles to escape a Romulan prison camp.
Raise your weapons. Take aim.
On Star Trek: The Next Generation. Caught in an endless time loop,
We could have been trapped here for hours, days, maybe years.
unable to remember the past.
How did it happen? How did we get there?
A starship collision lies dead ahead.
We have to get out of here now.
Can the crew escape their own destiny?
Casualty reports coming in from all over the ship.
Or will time tick towards their final hour?
All hands abandon ship.
On Star Trek: The Next Generation. An endless time loop traps the crew in an unstoppable course of destruction on Star Trek: The Next Generation. When dreams can be the playground of the imagination.
No! Data!
Where nightmares are normal. No! Even for an android.
Who are you?
I
do not know.
But sometimes the mysteries of the mind
I recommend full psychoanalysis.
may hold the secrets of survival.
Her tissue is breaking down on the cellular level.
Initiating dream program.
On the next episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Dreams can be the playground of the imagination.
No! Data!
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
An alien killing force attacks innocent planets.
It's already killed thousands. It will undoubtedly continue to kill unless we stop it.
But Data may possess the secret to its deadly power.
You believe that I lured the entity here?
I am accusing you of collaborating with that monster.
Now the race is on to stop its path of destruction.
I want to try to communicate with it.
Gambling with fate on Star Trek: The Next Generation. The crew face attack from an unstoppable alien force on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Worf faces an emotional reunion with a forgotten son.
You don't care about me. All you care about is your honor.
And a sudden crisis could sever their relationship forever.
Bridge to Biolab 4. Alexander, can you hear us?
The wave is about to overtake us, sir.
Now, can Worf make peace with his son before tragedy strikes?
Commander, you have 3 minutes, not 1 second more. Alexander!
On Star Trek: The Next Generation. Worf's emotional reunion with his son could jeopardize a critical mission on Star Trek: The Next Generation. And Romulan target, Geordi LaForge.
He has no choice but to see what I wish him to see.
They're programming him to sabotage the Federation.
Do not attempt to leave orbit.
You speak as if we are enemies and not allies.
And brainwashing him into a ruthless assassin.
Data, we have a known spy on board.
I want you to kill him.
Mind control on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Romulans kidnap Geordi LaForge and program him to kill on Star Trek: The Next Generation. A powerful new invention leads to a startling discovery.
I have reason to believe the exocomps are alive.
But a crisis will force Data to choose between man and machine.
Doctor, the station must be evacuated.
Prepare for emergency transport. I have locked out the controls.
Will he sacrifice his own captain to protect a new life form?
You release that transporter lockout now!
I cannot do that, sir.
On Star Trek: The Next Generation. Will Data sacrifice Picard and Geordi to protect a living machine on Star Trek: The Next Generation? A deadly encounter with a strange life form.
It is moving directly toward the ship. Evasive maneuvers.
And suddenly the Enterprise becomes its prey.
Whenever we try, Junior responds by sucking up more energy.
Now the crew's trapped in its death grip.
How long before the power drain becomes critical, Miss LaForge?
Captain, just a little more time.
30 seconds to intercept. Red alert!
All decks go to emergency level 7.
Alien crisis on the next exciting episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. The crew crew struggles to stop an alien's death grip on the Enterprise on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again, continuing the epic voyages of the Starship Enterprise as we carry on with our Borg series. Hello, Danjavin in chat. Hello, Danjavin in person.
Hey there.
Woo! Woo! So we're going to start watching The Best of Both Worlds Part 1. So we're going to split this, unlike what we did with Terra Nova and Demons, we are going to do this in 2 parts. So this will be Best of Both Worlds Part 1 and Part 2. So if you are going to watch along with us, make sure you are watching the separate versions, not the omnibus merged version, which I believe the separate ones are on Paramount Plus or whatever providers.
I believe
in the US, in the US, they are separated.
Yeah, so you find, make sure you watch them. I mean, for the first part, it'll be fine, and the second part, I imagine you can catch up. So, Best of Both. I'm very excited about this. So this is my draft pick. I've been hogging the draft ratings lately, but I want to get these episodes out there. So The Best of Both Worlds, we followed on from Q Who, which we reviewed and watched along last Wednesday, which we all thought was absolutely excellent. Can this keep the scale going? This is a very infamous episode, like The Best of Both Worlds. It's probably one of the defining episodes of the Next Generation era. Frankly, it kind of pushed it into the zeitgeist somewhat with this summer, the endless 3-month wait between parts 1 and part 2, which in the days where we're waiting 2 years for 8 episodes of a streaming show doesn't seem so bad nowadays, really, does it?
Guess what? That's what happens when you used to live in a syndicated 26-episode season, kind of world. I can't even imagine having to wait. Can you imagine waiting 2 years for this cliffhanger? But the problem with that format is that you just stop caring after a point. You can't actually do proper cliffhangers.
I think they put up the trailer recently for House of the Dragon season 3, and I'm like, I've completely forgotten what happened and everything else. Like, it's just been too long, and I just don't care.
But whereas 6 months, that's just long enough.
Yeah. The last thing that I mentioned on our Q Who stream was how much I love a good cliffhanger, and this show brought that back with an absolute passion. I just I love this episode. I love this 2-parter. I love the 3-parter. I think it's really what people talk about. Riker growing the beard. That's the seminal moment for the series where it just turned the corner and got better. And I disagree. I think this 2-parter set the standard for season finales, not just for Star Trek, but for a whole lot of series, sci-fi and otherwise. It brought the show from a relatively low rating, kind of network afterthought. Sorry, not network, syndicated afterthought on the cable networks, into a real force. Emmy winning. Just everything about this episode really brought Star Trek: The Next Generation to the forefront. It's the first. It's the bridge between the original series and the new, where it finally exceeded the three seasons that the original series lasted. Just everything about this episode is just transformational for Star Trek as a franchise and as a series. And I'm glad to be here with y'all watching it.
And that's our review, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for no. Yeah.
I think there is.
God.
No, I think there is some truth to the idea that this is kind of where it actually transitions from being TOS light into TNG, because even season 3 of TNG is very good.
Oh yeah,
it's very good sci-fi. But it's still very much struggling to escape from TOS's orbit. You start having stuff like Sarek, and it's they're more comfortable having TOS elements pop up. Actual Vulcans start appearing on screen. But it's what are you gonna do with Star Trek that makes it more than a thing from the 60s or a series of movies from the 80s? And we're gonna have an actual proper emotional arc for our main, for the captain, and we're gonna have the Borg. If you think about the Klingons and the Romulans, they were trying with the Ferengi to create a adversarial force that would reckon with that, but guess what? The Ferengi weren't it. And the Borg were kind of necessary for TNG to really step out of TOS's shadow and become something. You can make your argument of whether or not it's better or different. I think it is better, but it's certainly different. It's a very different. If you think about the Ultimate Computer is a slightly Luddite thing, 1960s concerns about technology. This is that, but in a very different way. This is a very different take on the same kind of thing.
Drinking Kanar with Damar, welcome. It says in chat, are we about to get engaged to the Borg? Then we have to propose the Borg, or Overtide says, but yes. Okay, should we watch this trailer?
If you like it, you should put a wing on it.
Put a laser point. Yeah, put a laser point on it. That wonderful chat person Danjamin said. Oh, such a card. Okay, let's watch this trailer. This is, again, another 3-series trailer. So there will be the first trailer, and then we will guess what is going to be the tagline for the next 2. So let's punch. Oh, hang on. Let me make sure sound's going through. There we go, yes.
The most powerful
good
force
draft.
in the universe. Now the Borg have the most destructive plan ever to conquer the human race.
You have committed acts of aggression against the United Federation of Planets.
Target 1, the Enterprise.
Oh, wow.
Directed, denied.
Jordy, evacuate engineering. Target 2, Captain Picard.
Wow, we get a checklist.
We would rather die.
The final target, Earth. On the next exciting episode, Star
What was that effect on the voice?
The echo, the reverb.
Okay, what do you reckon is going to be?
I was going to be grabbing Picard.
What is with the taglines? Like, Target 1.
I think it's Data shooting the Borg in the hallway.
Yeah. I'll go for the Riker Earth thing. I like they haven't spoiled the because trailers will tend to like show you the entire plot, and they didn't spoil like Picard's Locutus. So
good show.
Yeah, no, they show you Beverly's reaction shot to it, like literally at the moment right before she sees him, but you don't see him, which I think is very, very well done. That's a lot of restraint. You would not get that kind of restraint these days.
No. Okay, let's go. On a Star Trek.
The deadliest enemy in the universe threatens to conquer the human race on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Oh, it might be the Data, like shooting the phaser.
Yeah. All right, let's just scare it. Let's scare it.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I love those part 3s. They're so good.
Worf out of nowhere.
Yeah. Just all you need to know. Just shields. Just looks like Worf's assaulting an elderly person.
Where's the mashed potatoes?
Is this the ready room? I need to get ready. Okay, freak. Pre-ratings, gentlemen. SW stars.
So purely for part 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is just part 1.
I think part 1 is the better part. So, I have seen this fairly recently. It held up immaculately, and even if part 2 is, and I think a little bit of a letdown comparatively, it's like a small letdown. I think this still holds up on its own incredibly, and I'd be very interested to see the alternate universe in which the storyline that this sets up actually goes somewhere. In terms of the Riker stuff. So I'm probably going to give this a 9.8.
Ooh, a strong start. Auto.
Right out of the gate.
Go with your pre-rating.
I'll go 8 Star Treks out of 10.
8.
Strong 8. Dan.
I don't know. I think not only is this the pinnacle of Star Trek: The Next Generation, but maybe even the pinnacle of Star Trek.
Wow.
I don't see myself rating this anything less than a 10 at the end of the episode.
I don't even think this is the pinnacle of this arc, so it'll be interesting to see.
All right.
Fantastic. I'm going to go for a solid 9. I'm trying to remember what I don't like about the episode, and I don't think there is anything, especially this first part. But I'm going to go for a conservative 9 because there might be something in that. But yeah, so everyone watching at home, we're going to start now. So boot up your Paramount Pluses, find that VHS tape at the bottom of the box full of Star Trek, Stargate, and Lex, because why not? And we're going to start the episode. Let me just make sure I've got all the subtitles, the proper ones. Yep, we're good there. So yes, Rev Damar, welcome into the chat. Good to see you once again.
Oh, is this Timelines, Rev Damar? Welcome back, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, it's been a long time since I heard that name, yeah.
Hey. Is it the pinnacle of Idol's picks? Well, let's find out as we start this episode in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I don't particularly care for Shelby in this.
Oh.
But I think on Wednesday, Dan said he really liked the drama, so I'm sure you guys will try to talk me up.
Starts off so strong too with the Ron Jones score.
Yeah, Ron. I've got a lot to say about Ron Jones's music in this. It's already ominous. Something's off.
Like, TNG doesn't usually start with music quite this strong.
So dark already. Look at the way it's lit. This water room.
We get a really beautiful matte painting in a bit, I think. Well, beautiful in destruction.
That's his diplomatic way of saying, did you just beam us to the desert?
Are you blind? Miles, are you blind? Are you on drugs?
Couldn't they just scan that before beaming them down? Like, wouldn't they notice there's a giant maw in the floor?
Well, isn't there like Borg radiation that's like causing interference or something like that? That is such a good matte painting.
As a shocking start.
And you only ever see it the once as well, I think.
That reminds me of the one Picard stands in front of in the inner light when he's on the hilltop.
Yeah, I can see it.
Matte painting game's already good. I found, I think I've got them somewhere still, original scans of some of the old like cityscapes, and like sort of Bajor, and anytime they go to a generic planet and they have like buildings in the background. I found some really high resolution like scans of those that I've been using as backdrops, and they're really nice. I'll have to dig them out and post them because then they're really nice. We'll be standing for the.
I'm already like playing the episode through in my mind. I'm like, I'm excited.
Yeah. And this sets up so much stuff, like, going forward, even for better or worse, as really, you know, especially with Picard Season 3. There's such a lingering through line. I tell you what would be another good one to have, which isn't in the draft, but I wish I kind of drafted, is IQ. Because that's another...
Yeah,
Iborg.
Iborg, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, Iborg.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking about it, this is the episode that introduces assimilation.
Yeah, because
like,
they didn't do it originally, did they?
Yeah, they didn't do it in Q, which is a wild thought when you think about it. But get used to the Triumph music. It's the last you'll hear of it for a while.
We've got more TNG on there.
Well, I mean, for the rest of the two parts, I don't think you hear anything triumphant for a while. We're in for a moody episode.
Nice Excelsior there. Oh look, it's God.
Oh God, it is.
God lead with the season finale. Hey, Admiral Handsome.
I also don't like when they do the little locker room talk about Shelby after she leaves. It's kind of
I do also appreciate it whenever you get to see like a different wing of Starfleet, like Starfleet Tactical or Starfleet Intelligence. You don't really see people from those like divisions all that often.
Like you look at Brahms.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Subtitles are being...
They're fine.
They're okay. They're a little ahead.
A little bit of brown nosing there. That's fine.
He's been gargling the whiskey.
Sounds like Pizza the Hut.
Okay, calm it down, JP.
Yeah, that line I don't like.
I also don't think Picard would find that humorous.
Yeah. That's why he's got to roll his eyes in the bathroom. Oh, no, tea. The tea room. That is a weird teapot.
It's for another future.
Okay.
I think they established that Melbourne's the Nebula class.
Yeah, that's right.
This guy looks like he does westerns.
Oh yeah, he's got like kind of DeForest Kelly face.
Resting DeForest Kelly face. Hello, fellow officers.
Played by Batista.
Yeah.
I do also kind of appreciate a bit of politicking because, like, I think by this TNG, like, you had a bit of it with like the season 1 arc with Conspiracy, but
there's nothing.
I always appreciate seeing those elements. Riker does have a bit of a brittle ego, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He takes it very, very personally when.
I see when the hairs on the back of his beard are standing up.
Yeah. No, I kind of appreciate that about him.
We all would.
I mean, he's like that. He's very sort of sensitive over his promotion opportunities and where he wants to stay. There's a little insecurity in Riker.
Oh, I love that. Frank is so good in this.
Real General Hospital shit here, right?
This is where he walks down the turbo lift shaft.
Like, we always think, I suppose we always think of this as a Picard two-parter, but I don't know, I think Riker kind of owns
Oh, this
it.
is a Riker episode for sure.
It's a Riker story.
Noob.
Eat shit, Wesley. So where do you think Riker keeps the poker table? Is it just, like, standing in his quarters at all times?
Probably just flip the top and it's a regular table.
Maybe.
Or it's the future, he just waves his hand over and it goes into poker mode. Which he also has on his bed, but that's for another story.
Poker, I hardly know her. There we go.
I always love that meme. It's just like an android, a man that can see through the cards, a telepath, and the one that wins the game.
Yes, yeah, it's true. And a child prodigy, and like the most fierce warrior in the quadrant.
I don't like poker. When do we get to play Magic?
I brought Catan. It's Star Trek Catan. Oh, trombone in the background.
I
like
love
chips.
him just doing like. Well, are they Starfleet monogrammed?
Might be.
Well done, Wes.
I'm not the golden boy anymore.
Frakes does very well at trying and failing to conceal his emotions.
Yeah. Whenever he's like clearly, obviously pissed off and he's holding it back.
You can't say that.
I liked it, Dan. I liked it. That little head turn to Geordie. Like, I'm just watching, like...
Second mouse gets the cheese.
That's true, actually, yeah. Oh, that's how you always know when you're in trouble in Star Trek when someone says, "Walk with me."
Walker.
Walker! For God's sake, Walker.
Jolé. She aired. One of those bodies is Data. Like, it's pretty important.
Yeah, no, we see how effective he is in hand-to-hand combat in First Contact.
She says, I don't see your problem instead of the problem.
I think it's because Hanson mentions, I've learned to give her a wide latitude, and I feel like it's a case of this approach made a lot of people back off at Starfleet Tactical, whereas like Riker is actively butting against her, and she's like, oh, you're actually going to resist, I see.
I like this is almost like an investigation as well. This isn't like, right, there's a Borg cube, we've got to attack it straight away. It's like, no, there's some hints of some Borg around here.
Sniffs.
Yeah, Damar, there's the fish.
Good old Livingston.
What are you doing here, Will?
She's a maverick.
She is, actually. She fills out the Maverick collection.
Yeah, but Riker was never insubordinate.
Well, I don't know if Pegasus counts, really.
No,
well, there's also the fact that the entire reason that Picard picked him as his first officer is because he told his previous captain he wouldn't let him be down to a.
It wasn't insubordinate. That's just following regulation, though.
Is that not insubordinate? That's telling a senior officer what they can and can't do.
I think insubordination means breaking the rules to me rather than enforcing the rules for someone that is disregarding them. I wouldn't say that's insubordination. I'd say that's more, I don't know.
Intentional willful defiance of a lawful and reasonable order from a supervisor or employer, often involving disobedience, disrespect, or refusal to comply. I think that would
regulations about the captain beaming down, which he's following.
But it's also a case of defiance of an order. If a captain gives you an order, regardless if it goes against regulations. But Riker's hair is really good in this episode.
Deanna looks like she's going to fall asleep.
She's waiting to be given something to do.
Long pants.
It's only been 2 years, Riker. Like, you've not been there that long.
Oh, no, 3. No, it's been 3.
Yeah, I suppose it's the end of the 3rd season, isn't it?
Yeah. Hairier, you've got a nice beard.
Is it a horrible thing to say to a man? I wouldn't mind if someone called me.
No, I think he's just being an ass.
Yeah. I suppose you could say this is where Riker grows up a bit as well. This whole sort of arc. How old is he here? 39, something like that. 40 maybe.
Ooh, let's find out. Yeah, I love that line. I actually do love that line. I don't know what that means. He'd been 38.
Yeah. That's a time of a lot of insecurities.
Yeah. I like how Geordie allegedly has like an entire team who should be working with him, but it's like, no, I'll just have Wesley.
He's learning. Oh, there they are. And they're in the old uniforms.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, well, that's how you know they're extras with no names. You know what I've never seen? I've never seen Voyager crew wearing TNG-style uniforms.
That would be wild.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, I agree with you, Damar. Like, it's nice to see all this interaction and like this work going in before we kind of get to the big moments.
The only one on the show younger than Riker. It feels good over time. It feels good to be young.
I think I'd be a little lost and bored if I hadn't seen Q Who. You know, like if you missed it.
Yeah, if this would just be another TNG talker, wouldn't it?
Well, I think the drama between Shelby and Riker is what carries it and gives it flair.
It takes away a lot of the weight of the threat.
The only thing about the Riker and Shelby stuff is it kind of comes to a head when they later on this episode. Then after that, it's sort of not really addressed again. They just kind of get on because of the situation, which is key part of professionalism. But wow,
now that's a sentence. That's a Star Trek sentence right there. Like some kind of cube. I love the immediacy on that. That line delivery is so good.
Yeah, mid-briefing, let's just go.
Yeah, we don't have time to fuck around.
Bop. Bop.
Mutation is a good word.
I'm going to...
We are throwing ourselves on our swords. How would Thomas Riker react to the Borg? Oh, he'd probably piss his pants. He hasn't associated with them. He doesn't know how to deal with it. He could barely handle hijacking the Defiant. This music. Oh, a leisurely 9.3, huh?
It's no 9.67, I'll tell you that. Oh, yeah.
Get that MIDI chorus in there.
Oh.
Man, it's a crime they never did the HD remaster for Voyager and DS9. They really deserve it because like TNG looks immaculate.
Yeah,
I don't think they could, right? Because those are filmed on videotape.
So are these though.
Like this was on film, so they were able to upscale it very easily. They'd have to use AI
I'm pretty sure they used they had some clips that had been upscaled in the What We Leave Behind documentary that looked really good. So I think it's a case of you can do it. It's just cost prohibitive.
It's money. Yeah.
Utter barbarity!
Yeah, it's that tone of voice, isn't it?
I love the camera on the inside. They've just got one Logitech camera, just...
It's one drone just like staring out for an effect shot. They've undergone character development.
We received a signal from someone called Captain Archer 250 years ago.
Oh, shut up. I'm not interested in this. Don't probe me, bro.
Modulating mutation.
That's good technobabble.
What's I've never heard of mutation. I mean, obviously I watched this episode, but I never really...
A little bitchy head turn there. It's so good.
Oh, it's a great move in
is
Star Trek
where,
Armada.
Yeah, I was just going to say this is where Armada gets it from.
just everywhere. Just whatever.
I mean, why not? They should do this more often.
Mr. Wolf's just like bash bash on the screen. Oh yeah, the TAS version's really good actually.
I always love the touch that, like, I don't think the Borg have shields. They don't bother with them.
They don't need them, do they?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, gonna cut some more out.
You know, there's a problem when you hear that particular alert noise.
Yeah. Soundtrack's so good.
Oh, do we get... Oh, I forgot it was this early.
Yeah.
And Q. All right, there we go.
Yeah. He's done better roles. That was half-assed. His generation was
Yeah, the one of
legendary.
Generations is so much dramatic, yeah.
I like that. That's really good.
This is one of those instances where it's like, yes, AT, you may take over the ship and endanger lives all the time, but your ability to do shit like that is why you still can stick around the ship.
Look at a smug face.
Cocky
like,
look by her, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, great shot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the camera's slightly, yeah.
Yeah.
You get a sense of scale as well.
It's fucked.
I believe this is the 3/4 model they used for in Q-Who.
Yeah, there's definitely some chat in Memory Alpha about new models being made for this.
Oh, it's definitely not the same one from Q-Who. It's so much more detailed.
They had to use a 3/4 model from Q-Who for most of the filming, so I don't know which is which.
I love that.
Yeah, get the fuck out of the way. This is where I stand.
Yeah.
I like Nebula as well.
Well, it's good reuse of the Wrath of Khan effect, isn't it?
And actually, if you listen to that, it sounds very motion picture soundtrack as they're in the Nebula. It's very Vija, like little sort of asides.
It's everything you need in a healthy breakfast.
Now, if only I could get some fiber as well.
I like this. That's nice.
I love the little sound effect. Oh.
Comes roaring in.
That's not good shit.
Turn the fog lights on.
It's always good when you can get a bit of submarine fun in your Trek stuff.
Yeah. I mean, this all makes sense. It's Technobabble, but it's kind of coherent. Like, it works.
Well, it's attempting to to actually engage with their technology, and like you have to think your way around it. Conventional weapons are basically useless.
They're not just sort of like espousing a bunch of just like generic science terms and hoping something fits. It kind of works with what they're aiming to do.
Like, even Data's picking up on the tension. I love it. I always like their friendship. It's kind of understated, but I appreciate it.
That's a nice camera shot.
Picard just kind of staring at her a little bit weirdly there.
Actually, I wish the camera was a little more left so you don't see her shoulder to spoil anything, and then they pan over.
Risk is our business.
Should anything happen to me, not that it will.
Well, nothing ever would. I have a TV show regular contract.
Since when do they have to wait for the elevator?
He didn't wait
had to move
a second.
from the one door to the other.
There's someone on the deck below going, where the fuck is it?
Well, it's that bit from Wrath of Khan. It's like, who's been holding up the damn elevator? Oh.
I like that line. That's very...
Oh,
it's such a dick line, but it's very effective.
How terrible for you. Oh, it's so good.
See, this low blow shit is so unnecessary.
I don't know.
What's the point? If she was like this with anyone else, how did she ever get promoted to lieutenant commander?
Because they don't push back against her in the way that Riker does. That's the thing.
She is being a complete bitch, but like...
Well, the problem is that she's
I think that's a shame because I would love to see the archetype of capable, strong, confident woman commander in this time period without all the underlying bitchiness. And I feel that really undercuts the character.
Yeah, it's really soap opera, and I think Otto's right about that.
I think it only happens with Riker. Like, if you notice, she works completely fine with Geordi and everyone else, and even with Picard. There's a tiny bit of tension with Picard.
We'll get into it later, but that's part of it. I also think she puts her own ego above the mission, which Riker would never do.
I don't know about that.
I mean, when even Picard has to pull you back, and you're mugging for the camera and everything, it's obvious what they're going for.
Actually, I don't read that as. No, that's just legal with jumpsuit.
Yeah, they had that a lot in season 1, the engineering jumpsuits.
Yeah. You think you see Geordi and Leia wear them as well when they're crawling around inside Jeffrey's tubes. They don't always do it, but sometimes they do. Okay. Yeah, I don't think with Shelby, I don't think she's she is ambitious, but I think that's not the entire thing. I think she's just very driven and focused on her own stuff, and she kind of forgets herself a lot of the time.
I mean, no, that's the good stuff, but she's obviously being wicked for the sake of being wicked with him.
I know. I don't understand how you can appreciate Jellicoe but not Shelby for doing kind of the same thing.
Okay, first of all, Jellicoe's the captain. He's not a lieutenant commander answering to a higher rank. Secondly, how the hell does Guinan remember Trafalgar? Really?
I mean, she lived on Earth for like 200 years.
Yeah. Also, I like that she just sits in her moody corner.
Because she was there from time zero all the way up to like 2020, so like probably past that. She's been on Earth for a long time. And I think the fact that she exists outside a tiny bit outside the normal rank structure because she's a Starfleet tactical consultant gives her that big, kind of like how Kaczynski was in season 1, where like he's outside the command structure a little bit.
And we all lambasted him for being a dick. So
well, yeah, but that's because he didn't know what he was talking about. She does.
I'm just glad you're not arguing with me.
Well, it's a good argument to have, though. I feel like that kind of gets at what the point of the episode.
Engaged discussion. Engaged discussion.
Spirited discussion, yes.
Yeah, but he only lives like 90 years. That's not really comforting.
Is this an adaptation by the board? Tactical adaptation?
I think so, yeah. It's like an analysis of what would work here.
Driving out the foul.
Yeah, with depth charges.
Oh, the music. The music!
I think they're like magnetic as well, aren't they? Yeah.
They do become a lot more zombie-ish later, especially in Voyager, where they're... This is like a clever adaptation. This is nice to see.
Well, yeah, Voyager's villain decay of them was out of control.
Recommend you send
No, that's
one
not a
ping.
triangle.
One ping only.
Not the structural latching system.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's holding all the
that's
pens in place.
technobabble there.
All the cutlery's gone everywhere. Nice.
Whoa, they were like right there.
They love
I
this angle, by the way. They've been on
Wolf's
it
just doing
a
that.
lot in this episode.
Yeah, they do actually. Uh-oh.
I do also love how this sequence like underlines how you would be completely fucked if they tried to invade the Enterprise at this point.
Hmm. Oh, look at the mouth thing. That's
Like, send like a team of like 20 of them. Fucked.
Yeah, but that's always been the Borg's MO, isn't it? They'll send one cube, do one thing at a time. They won't...
Yeah. Not Riker's best attempt there.
Oh, that feels better. Thank you.
That
Lower.
was a really hard to reach.
Yeah,
Oh,
yes. A little lower.
See, the
little
Borg are
itch
more considerate.
down there.
You didn't get Riker, you got his stuntman.
Like, they adapted so they don't destroy the carpet anymore when they die. I appreciate that. I hope you're keeping track of your Schiller rating, by the way.
Of course.
Good, good, good.
Some kind of.
No, we're not on Voyager.
I thought it was the Sol system.
I think
I
because
think they
Worf's
use
an
it
alien.
interchangeably.
Yeah, because Worf
Oh,
is a
he's like a
Klingon.
dirty foreigner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Man, sound effects are doing so much to carry like a sense of motion.
Well, that's why they won 2 Emmys.
Would you care for some tea?
There's an old Earth ritual. It's called mooning. Mm. Sucks to be you, I guess. I love that line.
Hmm. Kind of forgot she was there.
Underrated Troy moment, frankly.
I hate it.
Why?
It's his first chance to command. You undercut him in front of the entire bridge crew. That's the kind of thing you take someone aside and talk to him about.
Take him on a walk.
Yeah, exactly. Even Riker did that for Shelby. Also, she knows that he's struggling with these insecurities. To do that to him now at a critical moment could compromise him. I don't like it.
How does transporting at warp work? That seems like that's one of those weird things that shouldn't work.
No, I'm pretty sure that's always been established to work. Yeah, because as long as you're at the same speed, it's fine.
Yeah, relative.
You're thinking of that dumb transport beaning shit from the Kelvin movies. That's nonsense.
Always think that you're already going faster than light, and you have to beam something faster than that speed. Yeah.
But that's why it has to be an exact match of velocities.
It's sci-fi. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Listen, as long as the sci-fi is consistent with its own internal bullshit, it's fine.
Yeah.
That's always the rule for me. You can have whatever bullshit you want, but if it's internally consistent, it's fine.
Data's like, this looks roomy. How much a month?
Definitely a big upgrade over the Q-Who set, seeing it back to back like this.
Yeah, it's not just sort of like one small corridor.
Probably is still the same alcove, so I think they have been upgraded a little bit.
They added some sheet metal over the same stamp kind of background.
Sounds like there's a bee trapped in there.
I was just going to say, it's really nice of them to make their weak spot nice and glowing and red.
They've played
like a video game
Elite
boss.
Force.
Yeah. Where's Crewman Chang to place a load of dead packs and blow up a billion of them at once? That'll do the trick.
It's almost like TOS kind of music. Nearly. Just those little trumpets. Oh, is this where they find it in a drawer? Like, neatly folded?
Yeah. It was very nice of them to do that.
He sounds like Admiral Hackett. Hack it out.
So, how many good morals do we get? Because this guy's actually helping, and you know.
Yeah, that's why he has to die. You get a few in TNG.
In TNG, yeah. Well, there's a bunch that just like on the comm call, don't actually show up. Nakamura and whoever else.
I mean, the
yeah, she's just a bit abrasive, but unless you subscribe to the conspiracy theory that she's trying to get Picard killed because she doesn't like him.
Look at this drop-in freezer. It's incredible. How much ice cream can you fit in here?
So many chicken tenders just underneath here.
They should have packed some dry ice in the bottom there just for why the hell not.
There's some kids in school right now just like, what's going on?
Yeah, no, that's always the fucked up thing about the Enterprise D, isn't it? So there's always kids around. Just hoping it... Man, that made stuff like Cause and Effect really dark when you think about it. So you have to not think about it. Well, that was coloured differently. See, that's the kind of nod you can only do with someone that you're on every away mission with.
I mean, if you nod at Worf at any point in time, he's going to pull out his phaser and fire.
Yeah, that's true. He knows the cue.
Ew.
Should have been an ice cream scoop.
It's the rare culinary
Just a
Borg.
whisk slowly turning around.
So do you think they just filmed that explosion from 3 different angles and then reused
absolutely.
it for each?
I'm sure.
Probably. Why would you do it more than... Yeah, why would you blow up a prop 3 times? Those little pull-out chairs on the back of the Enterprise D bridge always make me laugh whenever I see them sitting them.
Well,
time to play tower defense.
Yeah, a little bit.
I love how they die.
Yeah, I love the fold back. That's so good.
Like a marionette with a string set.
Bev's such a cold killer.
100%
I remember
accuracy.
reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, she has that 100% accuracy rate. She don't miss. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's a shot.
Yeah.
I love this.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
It's
Minor
kinda
version.
cheesy, honestly.
I don't know. Minor version of the theme always gets me. That's one of my favorite tropes. A little bit of camp is
This is
good
a
for
bit
the
weird.
soul.
Wolf just kind of goes, huh?
Yeah, no one's ever been beamed lying down before.
They haven't beamed hunched over in Corbomite Maneuver. No,
Pray,
I love
pray
that
they do
line.
not alter him further.
So emotional.
I mean, he has a lot of affection for Picard. This was after he'd helped him with the Chad Each stuff, right?
Oh, that's true, yeah. Sins of the Father. Spoiler alert. It is. There's no time to talk about the time.
See, now there's another reason you don't undercut him. Now she's disobeying orders in front of him, and Worf even moved to do what she said. So it's like there's got to be one captain, not two.
Yeah.
I always forget that there's like 2 stages of Locutus.
I like how the Borg pick up on Latin for their naming.
Only twice. Only for members of the
Vox.
Picard family, apparently. Oh, Vox is so fucking lame, man.
Us.
Picard season 3. That was.
Here he comes. Here he comes. Bah. Oop. Yeah. Da, da,
Nice
da,
spoilers in the
da,
subtitles
da,
there,
da.
Idle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Spoilers for this 36-year-old episode.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. I need to do a thing. Let's do this. Where's the right button? Let's do this one. Nope, that failed. Hang on. Let me fix it. I can fix that. No, shut up. Shut up. No, we need. Right, hang on. No, we have to do. Just because I pressed it. Right, let's do this properly.
Such Batman props.
Hello and welcome to Star Trek Trek, your ongoing journey through the episodes of Star Trek. We have just finished watching The Best of Both Worlds Part 1. The point in Star Trek that exceeded all expectations. Double E's right here for this one. The Borg have been not just introduced yet again, but have taken their first victim. We have seen Riker's own command and ambitions assaulted in various ways from above and below. Gentlemen, how did we feel about The Best of Both Worlds Part 1? What's our level? Because we're all very hyped about this coming in.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. First one of them's their Star Trek.
Worst episode ever.
So I knew coming in I didn't like it as much as y'all. I don't know if I even would have drafted it in my top 15. So we watched QQ I always say QQ a few days ago, and at the end I said, I would have liked more of the interpersonal drama, a little less of the threat. And this episode we got it, and I didn't like it. So be careful what you wish for, kids.
I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting. Like this episode, and
hold on, wait. We went too far.
Okay,
Idle. Why did you draft?
Why did I draft this? Because it's a fucking influential banger episode. No, but I wanted to have the through line of Q-Who into best. I've never really kind of done the Borg arc before. Q-Who, Best of Both Worlds into family, and then you can elaborate more with iBorg, and then go into Descent if you really want to. But who would?
Why would you?
Exactly. Scorpion, Dark Frontier, all that. But yeah, no, I kind of liked watching this back to back with Q-Who as being the previous episode and coming straight into Best of Both Worlds, because it is, without saying this without any modesty, like one of the most influential and top Star Trek episodes of all time. Like, for various reasons, regardless of your opinion on the episode, it had a cultural impact that kind of far exceeded what anyone really expected at the time, especially considering this is like the third episode of a show that people were bitching about early on, and season 3 managed to sort of turn it around and actually kind of, although we did give Q-Who some excellent ratings and some season 2 stuff's been very good, the sort of season 3 sort of turned the corner for the next generation, sort of transformed itself into something new and kind of iconic, and this is kind of the capstone of all of that.
That's a good reason to draft it, Idle. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so this was written by Michael.
I would ask people how old they were when this aired. I don't want to out anyone. Stars was a twinkle. I was less than 1 year old. So you guys are going to have to carry the memory of our ancestors.
Go on, Dan, you start. I've got my memories, but you've got
I think I was 14, 15, so still relating to Wesley, and I was really glad in this episode, speaking of Wesley, to see him just being an integral part of the crew. He was just right there alongside everybody. That it gave the new guy Shelby a chance to kind of feel her way through the way that the Enterprise operates. But as a kid, it was important to me to see him being represented, and the fact that this really took a tonal shift from most of Star Trek. Star Trek is to this point had been known as being very cerebral, Section 31 notwithstanding nowadays, but the idea was that this is the higher grade of sci-fi that they were able to bring to TV and make palatable for the general population. And this was a little bit more it was more action oriented towards the end, but it was a lot more drama. Like this was, I kind of criticized it a couple of times through, just with a feeling of soap opera. General Hospital, like, oh, are you going to take over the head surgeon spot in the hospital Melbourne? So rewatching, this is the kind of stuff that I forgave as a kid and didn't even really notice. And all I saw was, here's my hero, Will Riker, and he's getting strung around by this new upcoming person, and unfamiliar, and so I kind of felt for the crew, and there was drama within and without, and that cliffhanger, man, I lived through it, that entire summer, wondering what would happen. I watched this, I think, 2 more times in syndication. They put this in heavy rotation to kind of keep people on the hook.
Wow.
Didn't miss a week. watching all the reruns that entire summer,
What
just
a ledge.
hoping this would be the week that we finally get the resolution, because I was too young to have a you just look at the TV guide and know when it's going to come on next. So yeah, my experience is a real roller coaster with this one.
Yeah, it's definitely TV watching at the time was basically picking up like the TV magazine guide and looking through and going, right, what's on? Ah, cool, the Star Trek's on, awesome. This came out in 1990 in America, where I would have been 6 years old, but actually didn't come to the UK till a little bit later, or at least I didn't watch it till a little bit later. I think 92, so I would have been 8 years old by the time I watched it. So I used to watch, and I've said the story before. Like my parents divorced when I was very young, and I used to go see my dad every couple of weeks, and he would watch Star Trek with me, and that's what kind of got me into it, because it's a moment for us to bond. And this is kind of like a very iconic episode. He'd had a friend in the States that would send him tapes of Star Trek through the mail, and he got a massive box full of just loads of TNG up to the end of season 3. So we watched The Best of Both Worlds, and this was a very formative memory of me being, I think it was 10 years old, 10 years old at the time, and just watching this going, oh my god, this is awesome, because previously I've been enjoying Star Trek, and this was like, wow, this has just changed it into like premium television, because this is the kind of the closest the Star Trek comes to being sort of more like a modern cliffhanger-esque show where every episode ends with something to kind of go into the forward and driving along this serialized storytelling. But yeah, it kind of got me very excited. And then because we had the I think in America, what was 3 months? I think for the UK it was slightly longer. It was on a factor of about a year or so before you could watch part 2. And I think it was a couple of years before I actually got to watch Best of Both Worlds Part 2, which was kind of tragic. So I think by the time I'd finished it, I was like 12 years old, already like poring over all the magazines and like reading up about like Deep Space Nine, which was airing on BBC Two, and going like, I've still not watched The Best of Both Worlds Part 2. How has this happened?
Daleks had 8 cliffhangers by the time Star Trek resolved its first one.
Exactly, yeah. So yeah, this is I was definitely young, but this is it's a formative memory. It's something that sort of makes you love the series for different reasons and doing something different. Okay, so since there's a brief moment of silence, I can interject in. This was written by Michael Piller, he's a staff writer at TNG. This is kind of before he became a main staff writer, and I think he got hired on a contract after this for season 4 onwards. This was directed by Cliff Bowl, who you will know from other episodes, including Hide and Q, Hollow Pursuits, Redemption, Defiant, Thomas Riker episode, Facets, which was the Ziantara episode, Cold Fire, The Q in the Grey, and fun enough, Dark Frontier, and so many others. He's directed many episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation. Gentlemen, my question to you, because it was heavily rumoured that when this came out that Patrick Stewart's contract was up, there was some renegotiation kerfuffle. I don't think this has ever been confirmed, and that he may not come back for season 4. How would you have felt of TNG being the Riker and Shelby show?
Yeah, I'll jump into that.
You start.
Okay. So here's the thing. Like, we're going to get into this because I felt this is probably going to be like the backbone of the review is our discussion about this. And I think it comes down to a matter of personal taste. Of how much do you like petty infighting? How much do you like squabbling? How much do you like dramatic tension between your leads? And I feel like that's sort of like one of those things that comes down to it's a difference of like style, especially between TNG and like DS9. Like if you think about Cisco and Kira, those two are at each other's throats until like season 3 or maybe even season 4. And when you think about like Picard and Riker, it's a much more harmonious discussion. Like they will occasionally have differences of opinion, but despite how we had a discussion about this during the watch along of like Riker being quote unquote insubordinate and a maverick when he came on. It's like you don't really see that come through a lot in seasons 1 through 3. Not really as much. Now, for me, I personally would have been okay. I would have been okay with a Riker and Shelby show. I think it would be very different because so much of TNG is contained within its philosophy and its very measured approach to sci-fi. And I love Jonathan Frakes, but I don't think he would be able to bring that as much as Patrick Stewart can. Like so much of TNG's core identity is Patrick Stewart in a way, as a performer, maybe not necessarily as someone who provides creative input into his character. But I think it would have been all right, but I think it would have been a very different show, and I think it probably would have been lesser and maybe less iconic for being that.
I don't think I would have tuned in for the Riker and Shelby show, honestly. I needed that. I really related to Picard being almost a father figure for the ship, confidant and the one who's got the wisdom to make sure that they come out the other end of whatever they face right. And I just don't. Will Riker has a great compass and good instincts, but he doesn't have that same experience that Picard brings to the role. So, interesting to note, though, this would have been a direction. This is an ensemble cast. There's no reason they did it in season 2 with Pulaski, why they couldn't plug and play different stars and over time evolve the crew and really give the show more longevity than 7 seasons. If they have taken the initiative to make a big swing right now with a big change to the crew, that would have paid dividends over the course of the series. Maybe it would have lasted 10 seasons, maybe more. Who knows? So there's kind of a missed opportunity with them just kind of recasting and carrying on, but it gave us some great seasons to come. So I can't really fault the program for not taking that direction. It would have fundamentally been a different show to me. It wouldn't have spoken to me in the same way.
Yeah, I kind of want to pick on 2 things there. So first off is there was talk when they did the Thomas Riker episode of killing off Will and moving Data up to become first officer so that Thomas would become the operations officer. And it's doing that in season 6 is completely pointless. Especially in a show in which, apart from Tasha dying and the addition of Guinan as a semi-supporting character, I can say it's fairly static. But it would be, if you had done that earlier on and had Riker become the captain, that'd be a much more interesting, that would be a more viable thing to do, although obviously the command structure would be very different. And I think you're absolutely right, Dan. Riker doesn't have the fatherly presence. He's an older man, obviously, and he's very comforting in that way, but he's more of an older brother figure, I feel, to most people. You can come to him with a problem, but you can't necessarily trust that he's going to have, the right kind of guidance that you need, which Picard almost always does. And that's part of the reason why I think a lot of the Riker stuff really lands for me in this episode, is because Riker has that older brother thing of, he's got a lot of his stuff together, but there are some massive parts of his personality that if you poke him with a stick in the exact right place, he will start kind of shaking apart a little bit. And that makes for really good drama, in my opinion. But yeah, as a central guiding figure, that would be not as conducive.
He's still going to take all your chips at poker. Make no mistake.
Not in this episode, he didn't. Idle, would you tune in for the Riker Shelby show?
I feel like I would have watched it anyway because I was, me and my dad were
watching.
You
compulsively watch every Star Trek product, including Scouts.
Scouts is great. Get out of it. There have been some iconic villains in Scouts.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I don't know if that's a button anymore. Otherwise, I would trigger. I think I would have done. I think my brain kind of goes to the point of imagine, in this alternate universe, you scouring the forums and there would have been loads of threads of what if Picard had stayed for 3 more seasons? What would that have looked like? And but I don't know. I feel like Riker growing along with Shelby could have been an interesting story, but I don't know if the writing style of TNG at the time wasn't serialized enough for it. I don't think it had the capacity to write them as in that kind of dynamic. Maybe if it was in more a serialized show, then possibly, but I feel like week-to-week adventures, maybe not quite. You can't imagine Riker doing the drumhead. You can't imagine Riker being sort of tortured in Chain of Command. It doesn't kind of work in the same kind of way. Or having him recite a Shakespearean soliloquy to a Ferengi and Loaxana Troy. You kind of got that dynamic. There's a few things you miss without Picard being there.
It would have been a little more Andromeda, I think, with Riker in charge.
A little bit, yeah. No, I think I see absolutely what I was getting at. It's because Riker is a man of action. That's explicitly what he's meant to be, and Picard is a man of thought. And it's not to say that they can't both swap around and do that as well. Patrick Stewart was very, very vocal about wanting to do more action, but it's a case of from the ground up they're conceived differently to do that, and the show would have bent around Riker. I feel like there's an argument to be made, especially when we get to part 2, that this almost ends Riker's arc because he doesn't really grow much past this point. Whereas Picard gets a lot more development in terms of becoming more, comfortable with children, having romantic relationships, becoming more friendly and open with his crew. And it's like, if Picard had left and Riker had moved up, maybe that would have happened for Riker instead, and he would have seen a corresponding growth in that character. I feel like it almost would have had to have done. Otherwise, you would probably look at a much shorter show. But it would be a very different show and probably lesser for it because it's just not conceived from the ground up to work that way.
So I'm seeing a lot of parallels between this episode and Chain of Command Part 2 in how Shelby and Riker relate, and Riker and, what's his name? Jellicoe.
Jellicoe, yeah.
So I have a lot of thoughts. I'm probably going to forget half of them by the time I get to the end.
Oh, welcome to Marvel.
So when Riker lashes out in public at Jellicoe, I think we all kind of agreed that's too far, Will. And he kind of deserved to be taken off, especially when he's yelling at him in front of Troy. But we all kind of also agreed that when the ranks were dropped behind closed doors, that little bitchiness was a lot of fun, watching them go back and forth. Yeah. And when it happens here, she does some of that, a lot of that in public, which I don't like. When the ranks are dropped in the turbolift, that's fine. How terrible for you. I'm like, all right, this is... They're getting back and forth at each other. This is fine. But you can't do that in public. I can't think of a single time where Riker did that in public to Picard. And then at the end of the episode, when she explicitly countermands his order, tells Worf to do something else, and then Worf listens to him, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, is this an indictment of Riker's ability to lead? And we'll get to the Troy stuff later. I kind of don't like how that all fits together, but it felt to me like they were writing her to be abrasive, just to be abrasive. And I thought, because this is like, the third time in the series now that he's declined a ship of his own, Riker has.
Yeah.
And I thought, all right, we've seen this before. What does this bring new to the table? And I like that, actually, they bring her new to the table. Now it's not just him pushing himself or not pushing himself. Now there's someone behind him giving a little shove. And I don't mind that. I just don't like the way that she goes about it so abrasively. And it's like, I want to see this archetype from her. I want to see a Shelby, just not a rude, bitchy Shelby. I want to see an ambitious, driven woman who wants to fulfill her potential. Maybe she does the end run around to Picard because she wants to impress him, not necessarily to get back at Riker for not listening to her. And so there's too much coloring that. We see her smug look when she's right about something. Even Picard has to push her aside on the bridge and say, okay, you're getting a little bit too much right now. So I think they needed to dial that part of her back, but keep the ambition part high.
I think it's probably the most realistic personally that TNG ever has been, because if you've worked in any office, you know that person. Like, there is definitely that ambitious, driven person that will basically burn everyone else to the ground and have a smug look on their face when things go their way. So I think Shelby is a very relatable character for a lot of people.
Yeah, but this isn't an office drama. This is a military drama.
Yeah.
And this kind of stuff you just don't see. You don't see it very often in TOS. It's not completely devoid of this dynamic, but it's hard to believe that she would have elevated to the achieved lieutenant commander acting this way. And it could be the gravity of the situation, but this is the only impression we get of her. I just don't understand how she could have advanced so far so fast. And Hansen kind of makes a note in the beginning. There's a lot of hotshot young up and coming cadets that are gunning for this sort of position. And so maybe he's kind of alluding to a changing of the guard and a changing of the way that the Federation and Starfleet kind of is using its talent. But if the only thing we get is just an aside phrase at the very beginning of a very full episode, it doesn't really drive the point home too much, and it's just not believable. I'll just write.
So I have to disagree. I think Shelby makes perfect sense because there's a lot of talk in that briefing with Hansen where he mentions every Admiral and their mother had an opinion on how to deal with the Borg, and none of them had an idea that actually worked. And then Shelby comes along with actually viable prototypes that work, and we actually see her putting in the work, and a lot of the stuff that ends up being effective against the Borg ends up being her design and her thought and her methodology. And it's like, I feel like you get a lot of latitude, like, from the fact that she is not attached to a ship. She is not attached to a traditional rank structure. From what we're told by Hansen, she has clearly been existing in this Starfleet tactical thing where it's not a case of, yeah, you listen to the person with the highest rank in the room in a kind of normal military structure. You listen to the person with the correct idea. Because this is an existential threat to the Federation, and you don't have time to fuck around with, well, you see, this protocol. Well, no, this is the Borg. And I feel like that's kind of part and parcel of why it's so important that they spend so much time building up the Borg as an existential threat, is because that's part of the reason why I buy that Shelby is allowed this latitude and has advanced as far as she has, is because she is clearly brilliant and she is vital. Like, I kind of want to imagine two different hypotheticals here. First off, I want to imagine what the Enterprise looks like with, say, Data as the first officer instead of Riker. What does that look like? Does that look like Shelby comes in, has all the right ideas, and all goes perfectly smoothly, and there's no interpersonal drama? Does she maybe go against, like, Geordi? Like, because they seem to have a perfectly fine working dynamic. She's perfectly fine working with other people.
I think Data would pull a Hobson, pull her aside and say, you disobeyed orders when you beamed down.
He did it with
You know,
Worf, didn't he?
either
Yeah.
shape up or things will change. And I think Riker actually gives her more latitude than almost anyone else on the ship would do, because he recognizes those elements of her within himself.
Stars, you know, a comment you made me think of Remick, and she kind of gives me real strong Remick vibes, just in the way that she can go anywhere in the Enterprise and she's not attached, and she's kind of a third party to the situation, but just is there to stir up shit.
But that's the thing, isn't it? It's like we also mentioned Kaczynski during the Watchalong. It's like Kaczynski and Remick both had that position as an outside observer who was not within the normal command structure, except that Shelby's right. Like, that's ultimately the thing, is a lot of what she's saying is not wrong. She just says it in a way that doesn't, like, afford within the normal Starfleet, like, kind of code of... And I feel like if this were any other situation, if this was, like, a military strategy briefing about the Romulans and the Klingons, yeah, she probably would be, like, busted down back to lieutenant. But it's the Borg. So I feel like you kind of get a lot more latitude with that, and it makes more sense. Like, I don't know, I don't have a problem with it, because I feel like the severity of the situation and the sheer uselessness of everyone else in the face of this, apart from Data being able to actually put forward, you know, like, the actual technical know-how.
Geordie's an unsung hero of this episode. Like, he just gets all the shit done. He evacuates engineering. Him and Wesley, to be fair, come up with this deflector dish idea. He says, yeah, I'll get it done in under 2 hours. I know. He supersedes the, like, I want it done in less time. Like, he you know, he's even there saying, like, I want to work more, until Riker says, like, no, go to bed. Like, he's definitely one of the people here to sort of just, like, commit himself.
Also, like in Chain of Command, even under extreme pressure, he's like, whatever, I'm going to get it done. I wish they'd give me more time, but Geordi gets it done. So
Geordi gets it done.
I want to call out, because he said it twice now in chat. Overtired said, by staying as a commander on the flagship, Riker's in the way of other people's advancement. What are your opinions on that? Because frankly, whether he wants to transfer or not, that doesn't give people an excuse to either be dicks to him or to disobey his orders. I like his forfeiting a command doesn't mean that he's not still the commander of the ship.
If he was still, like, first officer of the Hood, maybe like a sort of an Excelsior class, sort of, you know, just like Federation runabout going from various planet to planet, fine, because that's just stepping up point. But it is the flagship. This is the Enterprise. Even the Borg say is the most powerful starship in the Federation. It's the thing that's representing. So even if you are the first officer there, that's a pretty prestigious post. This isn't just like, oh, my stepping stone to become captain. Oh, you can be first officer in the Enterprise with your 4 holodecks, or you can go off and join the fucking Melbourne and Nebula class that's about to get obliterated by the Borg, and maybe hang about like Alpha Centauri, having refits.
Well, I think Overtired's absolutely right. Like, Riker is being selfish, if you think about it. Like, ultimately, why is he still on the Enterprise? And it's like he broaches this topic with Deanna, right?
Yep. Seasoned.
And even he doesn't seem to know. And And the actual reason is it's partly ego, at least a part of it. Like that comes back in Generations when the Enterprise D gets destroyed on Viridian 3. I always thought I'd get a shot at this chair one day. Riker loves being first officer of the flagship because in his mind, and probably to a lot of Starfleet, that's better than being captain of any other ship.
Yeah.
It's partly just the ego. I think there is also just an element of he has found a command structure and a group of like senior staff that he works really well with. And that ends up that's the bit that he's missing, is he hasn't realized that he's grown to really, really appreciate everyone else in this. It's kind of just formed around him. But everyone else just sees this arrogant jack-off who got handpicked by Picard after he told his captain he couldn't beam down into an away mission. And it's just been sitting, being offered ship after more, because they start off small. It's like a smaller ship, and then okay, cool. We'll offer you, whatever it is.
The Essex,
the ship that Rice was in command of. I forget what it was. We're going to offer you a Nebula class starship. That thing's legit. We've had the Wounded by this point, so we know that that's like a serious battleship that can do some serious damage. And he's going to say, "No, I don't want it." And if I was Shelby, I'd be pissed too. I'd be like, if Riker saw from like pre TNG season 1 saw Riker from this episode just sitting there hogging the sheet, I'd be like, yeah, fuck you too, bro.
Riker in a real military organization wouldn't have the choice, though. He would be promoted up. He would be assigned a ship. And I think that ship would be elevated in the same way he elevates the Enterprise. I think the crew would galvanize around him. We'd have a different show. We'd have the Titan, which was what we were kind of hoping for, but it just never happened that way. But the whole thing is a little bit silly that he's being obstructionist and holding the spot, when in reality, if Hansen wanted to, and Hansen's right, it would benefit the entire front line of Starfleet if we had a Riker at one helm and Picard at another. What's the possible downside here? And so but I have to credit Riker for looking out for number one, so to speak. He makes a decision with his own self-interest in mind, and I can't really fault him that since the decision is given to him and he takes it. He wants to be with Imzadi. He wants to be with the family that he's cultivated for 3 seasons, 3 years. Go Will. That's fine.
It's too comfortable.
Yeah, that's a really interesting tension between Starfleet as a peacekeeping armada, a military organization, and then Starfleet as the organization that prioritizes the individual and personal growth of all of its members above sometimes even its own its own good. Like they don't force him to take the thing, even though he should. And Riker gets to sit there, but he also has to take the flak when someone who wants it just as badly as he did came along. And that's kind of why I don't mind. I think if Shelby was doing a lot of stuff that she was doing in front of Hansen, I don't think either she wouldn't do it or he would snap her back on it. But as it is, I think there's just like an understanding of, she's smart enough and essential enough that you can't really take her off the bridge and tell her not to.
I've never disagreed with you more. Okay, so yes, he talks to Troy about it. She says, "You're happier than I've ever seen you." And you say he has to take it. The fuck he does. No, none of you. If you were in a job that you absolutely loved and were told you probably should go to a job you'll like less with no bump in pay because there's no fucking pay in the Federation, you just have to be less happy. Would you do it? No. In this episode, Picard even lectures the Borg about humanity is self-determination. Will gets that choice. And that's his right to make. And just because he makes a choice doesn't mean he gets to be verbally abused by his subordinates. That's not how fucking Star Trek works. So, you can say you think he should take it, but not that he has to take it. If he did have to take it, then he wouldn't have kept turning it down. That's his choice. That's what Star Trek is all about, making the choice. And everyone telling him he should be less happy, and if he's not willing to, then we're just going to verbally abuse you. That's bullshit. Sorry, I'm getting worked up.
No, that's it's good, because the thing is that Riker himself doesn't know why he's doing it. Like, it would be one thing if he could own up to it and say, "Yeah, I want the prestige of being here. Yeah, I don't want to move on from you guys." But he doesn't say any of that to Troy, even though she presumably can feel it, being an empath and also his Imzadi.
Well, but that doesn't mean that he still doesn't get the choice. There's a lot of times where we can't figure out why something is the right way or why we want something, but that doesn't mean that we still don't want it. And actually, what I would like a little tweak with Shelby, where she's doing like the same things he's doing, but she's right every time, and he makes the wrong call. And you do that 2 or 3 times, and then suddenly that discussion with Troy doesn't become, "Am I too comfortable?" It becomes, "Have I lost a step?" And then she doesn't need to chew him out. She can just outshine him. He can still have all that turmoil within himself. And then everyone can still look kind of that's my failing, the squeaky clean TNG professionals that I like, but you can still keep that friction and that drama. So.
And you don't need the end run around Will to get to Picard. You can just have Picard be in the room when she makes the right call, and just a simple look. A simple look is all it takes.
Can you imagine if Riker saw a look on Picard's face that maybe he wasn't good enough and she was? That would be more devastating than anything she could say to him.
Would Picard be so fickle?
I think there's a certain royal loyalty.
Well, I do have to say, as much as I don't really like the attention, the fact that it's bringing out this much out of the 4 of us, I do have to give it credit that it is. It is compelling. It's very compelling.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, no, I think it's a worthwhile discussion to have, because it's like it comes down to your philosophy of how is self-growth actualized. Because the way that TNG has been handling it, and the way that Riker seems to want to handle it, is I'll come to the answer on my own in my own time, and that's fine. And then Shelby is of the opinion of, no, you are acted upon by outside influences that will force you to grow, and you either adapt and overcome, or you falter. That's her more aggressive style, and that's what gets her a position at Starfleet Tactical, telling admirals what to do, while Riker is doing what he's doing, which is arguably just as prestigious. But it's a very different... Like, if we're talking about individuality and humanity, they're both pursuing their own personal growth, just in very different ways. And it kind of makes absolute sense that they're going to come butting at each other. And I think that Riker kind of needed this. Because if there's never any challenge to him, because who is going to challenge him? Data? Data's nature omits a bit ambition.
Well, so here's the thing. You said his arc kind of stops after this episode. So if he needed the kick in the pants, but it didn't change anything down the line, then what was the point of the kick?
He's a victim of the television style at the time, to be fair.
Yeah, I know. It's great for the episode, but they didn't even carry it through, which is a... Sorry, this is Idle's pick. Idle, I know you get a lot to say.
Oh, it's fine. No, I'm enjoying this. This is great. You're not arguing with me, which is amazing.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I just want one last thing.
Sure.
So, all right, Shelby and Will, calm it down.
So I think it's kind of like... I absolutely understand the criticism of this didn't go anywhere, therefore why was it here? I think it is misguided to criticize an episode for laying the groundwork for something that ended up not being picked up later on, because that implies a level of foresight that they weren't capable of. Like, if I write something and then I'm like, I'm going to come back to it later, and then I kind of I develop the story further on and go, actually, I don't want to come back to that point. The characters have grown past that point, or the show has changed to a point. Like, I'm not beholden to pick that up, even if it is obviously a case of it might have been for a more interesting and more compelling show. Like, you could easily have picked this up, I think. But I don't think it's the fault of Best of Both Worlds that the rest of TNG doesn't carry forward on its promise. I think if we're evaluating Best of Both Worlds on its own merits as an episode, this is a great springboard for Riker in its own right. Like, I think you have to evaluate it in that way. If we're talking about TNG as a show, as a full entity, then yeah, that's a different conversation.
They didn't even know how they were going to resolve the cliffhanger, much less what the long-term story arcs are going to be. So
yeah,
that was definitely the memory alpha pull that I've got. Is that, like, no one had a clue? They just sort of went, right, that's the end of this. Like, move on to the production next season, and everyone was like panicking, going like, "Fuck, how do we solve this?"
The reason that's the case is because Michael Piller, who wrote both parts, wasn't sure he was going to stay on staff, and he actually said that his internal conflict about whether or not he should move on mirrored Riker's, and so he wrote part 1 not knowing he'd be around for part 2, and then kind of had to dig himself out of a hole.
Yeah.
So I think that's really interesting, because does that mean that Shelby is like a manifestation of his inner feelings of you should be moving on to other better things that are more fulfilling that you aren't allowing yourself to experience because you're so comfortable? Like, Like, speaking of someone who was in the same job for 10 years and, like, you know, didn't end up progressing through it, like, you end up kind of having those conversations with yourself and really doubting yourself and how much you're actually worth.
Whose way were you in? Was there a young and upcoming?
No, not really. But it is one of those things that you start to think about yourself. It makes you question like what you're doing with your life in a way.
Okay, can we talk about the music for this episode, because it was absolutely something else. I'm going to quote Mary Alpha here and the amazing Ron Jones, who composed this musical episode, who was the series music conductor before he got fired for being too extravagant, which is wild. Direct from Mary Alpha, this episode is notable for the musical score composed by Ron Jones, as it uses a synthetic chorus to provide a 5-note leitmotif for the Borg and a dramatic cliffhanger cue for the ending when Riker chooses to fire on Lakuta's ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. That's great. According to Jones, the producers were uncomfortable with the choir concept, though he felt the extremity of the Borg threat allowed for the musical style. He related, "Let's be serious, this isn't another episode of Wagon Train. This was the end of mankind as we know it. This is not just, well, somebody's going to blow us up out of the sky, but we'll be smart and figure it out." I wanted it to be like, goodbye, like an epitaph for humanity. The music throughout this is always been... I mean, they released this episode, and obviously part 2 as well, as its own soundtrack release. Like, it has something to it. Like, even from the start, you open the episode up, and it already starts with the sinister strings and the musical sort of na 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 na, and you're like, hang on, this isn't your usual away mission kind of bombacity. Like, this is... something's up. Something's happening. Like, the music was great.
So I tallied up the Ron Jones tracks again, and it's between the 2 episodes, it's about 50 minutes. Plus, you know, obviously there's the intro theme, there's transition cues. So just like Q-Who, fucking do it every time. Q-Who, it's about a half an hour of the 42 minutes is music. Although this time it felt like the whole 42 minutes was music. So
yeah,
it is that. I'll jump in early. You don't have to hit the trigger. With My Bread is probably going to actually be the Casio choir, because that is, it's just not something you hear much. And you know, back then, actually 30 years ago, or what, 35, it was less noticeable. That keyboard sound, it sounded like it could have been just some...
It does sound effective now, like as someone that's dabbled with all sorts of different VSTs for like choirs and vocals and trying to play around things. It stands out. And it stands out, it's not just that it stands out for the time, it has that unsettling quality to it, like the same way the Borg does. Yeah,
so... kind of come back to that. So there's a game I absolutely love. My favorite Legend of Zelda game is Twilight Princess. And that was the last Zelda game that had a digital soundtrack. Like it was done with MIDI, and there is like a track that features. Yeah. And the one after it, Skyward Sword, has a full orchestral recording, which makes a massive difference in the sound. And I watched a Let's Play of it, and there's like a section in Hyrule Field where like eventually it kicks into a chorus after you've reached a certain point in the story. And I remember as a kid finding that so like epic, and then like coming back to it years later, I was like, oh yeah, it is a MIDI chorus, and that kind of like took away from it a tiny little bit. But then I was like, no, actually, it's still, the sound perfectly works, and I think it actually works even better here precisely because of the nature of, like, it's one of those instances where it's an artifact of the time, but because of the nature of the threat you're dealing with that is so cold and inhuman and artificial, it only ends up enhancing the theme of it and working in tandem with it rather than detracting.
I mean, there's another part of it as well. Like, we've come full circle on a lot of these things. Like, speaking of someone that produces music, like, and has been doing it for a long time, like, there was, in the music production circles, there was, like, a period where people were like, right, we want authentic samples of choirs, we want real things. And lately, you know, there has been a turn for the retro, right? We want all these 80s synths. We want them, you know, authentically modelled, and there's a certain nostalgia for having those sounds, and having sort of the cheaper sounds, which, you know, you listen to things like New Order and the Pet Shop Boys, things like that, and you go like, oh yeah, the cheesy sort of synths, but actually now the sort of nostalgia sort of like passed through, and you kind of go, no, this is the style. And I think that applies to sort of the chorus, the sort of the 5-part chorus that sort of sits as the underlying motif for the Borg here, is that it does sound ominous in a retro way, but also is kind of scary, and it reminds me of, like, you know, when you were showing me Resident Evil, or looking at the old sort of horror games from back in the 90s, and they'd have their attempt at sinister music that kind of works because it kind of is ethereal and uncanny in a way that's almost upsetting. And you can imagine sort of turning your lights off and being delved into this sort of retro arcade era and kind of being freaked out a little bit.
So also, like Q-Who, it did win 2 Emmys for sound editing and sound mixing.
Yeah.
So not just the soundtrack, but like you say, all the other elements.
Yeah, no, like I was paying so much attention to like just like the sounds of motion, which like it's one of those things where it's like, oh, it's unrealistic. There's no sound in space. Fuck you! I want to hear my starships moving.
Yeah.
I love the dramatic emphasis on the flourish of you know, the Enterprise D coming out of the nebula, and then like the weird like
almost like a pod racer.
Yeah, there's that artificial tone to
Try
it.
Simulating. That's a great trick.
Because like, they talk about the subspace.
Oh yeah, we're Borgin now.
Oh god, it's Borgin time. All right.
Oh god. Okay.
Yeah, because they talk about like a
somehow
subspace
Locutus returned. Okay, I'm sorry. Carry on.
I mean, that is the plot of Picard season 3 when you think about it. Like they talk about like a subspace field in, you know, of like, you know, that protects the Borg. It's like you feel like you can hear it when the cube is moving, and there's a certain way that it moves, and it's like, yeah, no, the editing and the mixing in here was absolutely on point. Absolutely deserved Emmy. I don't know what it was up against, but guess what? This deserved to win.
We were watching the Blu-ray remasters. There's probably a little bit of mixing there to sort of push things to a sort of like a better dynamic. But I think the scene that stuck out to me was just like the big Borg cube there and the Enterprise sort of like warping away, and you just get the sense of perspective like, oh shit, the Enterprise is tiny, as it sort of smooths out, and the Borg cube just does a tiny turn, and then, you know, and it feels very good. More memory alpha pulse. Would you like to know a fun fact? So in an early draft of the story, at the climax, Data and Picard were supposed to be combined as one Borg unit, almost two Vics together. Pillar recalled, someone said, why are we going to do this? And we didn't have a good answer, so we dropped it. Which I kind of love that. Also, Dr. Crusher was in the away team to go over the Borg cube. Was it to provide medical support? No. Gates McFadden just mentioned that it'll be fun to fire a phaser, and she hadn't done one so far. Wouldn't it be cool? And he didn't really have any idea to deny her, so he's just like, yeah, sure, you go on the away team and get your 100% accuracy statistic out there.
Battle ready, Bev.
Yeah, battle ready. Yeah. Bonus points.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. There you go.
No, please.
Yeah. I was going to say, it makes perfect sense for her to be there. And also, I have to imagine that was pretty gratifying for Gates to actually have like someone on production staff listen to her, which she said something after fucking dealing with Maurice Hurley for a season.
Yes. Bonus points. Who knows where Admiral Hansen is also from? We also did mention it, but go on.
He's the Cowardly Lion. He's the
voice
of God in Star Trek 5. Yes.
Indeed. What does the Borg need with a Picard? Yes, he is God from the Star Trek The Final Frontier as well.
I love his performance in that. You know, just like the way that he gets like all nefarious with Lawrence Luckenbill, which is still one of my favorite names of all time. So he's telling you, don't you like this face? It's so good.
Yeah,
I liked how laid back his performance was. This guy like, bring me the ship. Just like.
I like Hansen here. I feel like he's good. Apart from when he's sort of low key, just like, yeah, she's an attractive crew member.
Being a chauvinist.
Like, yeah. Aside from that, he's actually a fairly good admiral.
There's gonna as idyllic as Star Trek Futures might be. There's always going to be people like that. The part that actually bothered me is Picard smiling about it, because I can't recall a single time where he would ever say or do anything like that toward a younger woman. So it's a minor thing, but
I mean, Picard still has to play the game a little bit.
It's locker room talk.
Well, yeah, it is, but it's also a case of like, he's friends with all these admirals. Like, if you think about him making Balerian canapes and trying to get on like Nacheev's good side, because even he has to play the game. Like, I've had to like kind of go to like my fair share of like bullshit in my time, and maybe that speaks to a weakness on my part. But I don't know. I feel like it's a very human.
I do like though he says that sort of chauvinistic line, and Picard's like, right, I'm gonna go get us a cup of tea, like rolling his eyes in the ready room as he's making like the tea, and comes out with a tray. Earl Grey, I've made it. You're drinking it. Are we keeping accuracy track of phases? Are we keeping track of characters' phaser accuracy? Overtide says. Apparently, I need to make a spreadsheet for that. I don't know. I feel like Worf would probably be at the bottom of it.
That's because what's that one of those things where it's like if you fire like 100 shots and you miss like 85 of them, guess what? You have an 85% accuracy. If you fire 5 shots, you miss every one of them, you got 100% accuracy. But which one of them is actually making the more accurate shots?
Accuracy versus precision.
Yes.
Okay, let's go on to our. Why did the button not work? Okay, cool. That's not working. Why is that not? It's not.
Speaking of accuracy versus precision.
Brent, it took a little while. Hang on, let me do it again. Why are you not working?
See,
We'll do it live.
Now that's precision because he failed twice in a row. Now, if it was 50-50, that would have been low precision.
Hang on.
Deprive my son of his honor, just to get my attention.
And then, there we go. Gentlemen, what is your bread of the episode? And don't say this moment right here. The moment of the episode that stood out to you the most, like the moment that Sisko said bread to us in Babel. Dan, start us off. What was your bread of the episode?
Without a doubt, the moment Picard reveals himself to be Locutus, looks right down the camera,
there it is,
and drives that laser pointer right into every one of the viewers' souls. And then we don't even know that Picard has his biological distinctiveness preserved at this point. We don't find that out until part 2, where he's actually going to be able to outgame the Enterprise based on his prior knowledge. But it's a little hint here where he could just stare right into their souls and know exactly what each one of them is going to think and do. Right in that little laser pointer, and the restraint it took the network to not put that into the trailers for the episode was admirable as well. So
yeah. Fun fact about that: the laser beam. It was I haven't got the memory alpha pull here, but it was on there. Something along the lines of just like one of the, I think it was Westmore put on, his son had a laser pointer and said, hey, just put this on the broadcast, it'd be quite fun. And then when they shined it in the camera, I think it was Rick Berman phoned him up and said, this looks amazing. If we tried to do that, that would cost us like millions of pounds, but you've done it with like a cheap laser pointer. It's so good.
Yes, Rick Berman said it would cost us millions of pounds.
Yeah.
That noted British man.
Oh, dollars. Oh, right, come on. Semantics. All right, Stars, what is your...
Well, I feel like if any of us says that it's not like Picard looking down the camera with the laser pointer, they're lying. That's actually one of the most iconic shots in all of Star Trek. Yeah. That being said, I have 2 slices of bread I'd like to nominate.
No. You got to go last if you want to.
No. I'll tell you what, if you want to, you can say one now, wait for everyone else to say it, and then you can have your second bread.
I would never take 2. How dare you?
Guess what? I would absolutely...
Fact check someone, please.
How many breads have you eaten?
Pull up the spreadsheet, Idle.
I currently don't have a bread tracker, but...
We should have a bread tracker. You should have a spreadsheet.
I actually should. I should keep all note of all our breads. I could go back and log that, but yeah, okay.
All right.
So my 2 breads would be. So first off, I really love that matte painting of the New Providence colony just being absolutely scooped up. There is just like the older I get and the more of this I watch, and the more, especially like CG heavy like Starfleet Academy I watch, the more I do appreciate just a good matte painting. It just adds a certain physicality and a certain painted quality and a level of like real unreality to it. I just appreciate the craft of it a lot. My other bread would be, really, how terrible for you. Just like, Freight's just so on point in this episode, and I love his delivery on that line. It's just such dripping with content. It's exactly the kind of comeback you want to give to everyone who's ever stood in your way. So bready. Fibrous.
Have some bread.
I actually never think of the laser pointer, so I'm not like most girls. My bread is... Picard says on screen magnified. They show the cube. Ron Jones kicks in. We get the choir. I'll even read in the parentheses on Chakotay. It says it's a nasty dark cube. And then that line from Picard, Mr. Worf, dispatch a subspace message to Admiral Hansen. We have engaged the Borg. Like that's when the episode starts, in my opinion.
Okay, since you've taken the two guys have taken the bigger one, I'm going to go for another one. The away team beam over to the warp cube, confusingly at warp, but there's precedent apparently. I questioned it in the watch along. Never mind. And we kind of sort of see all the Borg drones wander around, and as the Borg drones wander around, in the background you just see this one side of Picard, and they're like, "Oh, we spotted him. Oh, he's sporting a black turtleneck," and he turns, and that's when you first see him.
That's a great shot.
And that's a great shot. And it's not the turn. The turn isn't the fun thing. It's the fact that you see him in the background being very strange, very isolated, very focused on one direction. Almost, but something's not quite right. Something's up, and it's a nice framing of the shot. And kudos to Cliff Bowl for framing it in such a way, despite all the flashy nodes they reshot in various colours blowing up that they had. Okay, how about we
Sucked
go?
Up.
Sorry, that's blown out, sir.
The best advice I can give you is to just be yourself.
You're the worst thing that ever happened to Zek. You're the worst thing that ever happened to me.
Actually, that's the second best piece of advice.
In fact, you're the worst thing that ever happened to the entire Ferengi Alliance. No! Just stop saying that.
Always brings me joy. Okay, best and worst. I'm going to go reverse order. I'm going to start. So, if I was to pick a worst moment of this, there is a lot of... I do applaud the technobabble in this, but it takes a while to get going. There's a few meetings. We don't encounter the Borg until pretty much halfway through the episode. And although I appreciate that it is there to set up the Borg, the Riker and Shelby stuff, by the end of part 2 that I know, and I'm spoiling myself here, I know that it doesn't really lead to a whole lot overall. So I think my worst moment is probably just kind of going to be that this is it sort of enables the tendencies of TNG to have a big long meeting. My best moment is absolutely going to be the ship shot of the Enterprise warping away from the Borg as it's being chased away, because the model looks good. I'm not a big Galaxy class fan. I've infamously said it is not as good as other starship classes, namely the Sovereign, which is a gorgeous starship that we should all be bowing in front of. However, it does look good in this episode. The remaster's done a superb work, including to the Borg cube as well, which has an amazing look to it. So that is my best and worst. Auto.
All right, my worst is going to be, and I'll get some pushback from stars in the chat. It's Troy on the bridge telling Riker, "Will, no, that's wrong. You can't go on the away mission," which I like her saying that, actually, because it sets up, to me, one of the best parts of the entire two-parter is when Guinan said, "No, you didn't kill him. You killed whatever that was." And if he was on the away mission, that would have compromised that scene with Guinan. But 3 reasons. 1, earlier in the episode, Riker pulls Shelby aside to say, "No, we don't do that around here." So we've already established that's not how we handle things on the Enterprise. 2, Deanna just heard Riker's insecurities earlier in 10 Forward, so she knows he's kind of in a fragile state right now. 3, it's Riker's first command decision. You, by doing that with his very first decision in public in front of everyone else, you compromise his, I don't know, what's the word, his authority. And that comes home to roost, because a few minutes later, Shelby countermands him in front of everyone and says, "Well, no, Worf, do this instead." So it was terrible. I think it undercut a lot about that episode. My best moment was also Riker and Troy in 10 Forward when she listens to him and he tells her, lays himself bare, "What happened? I like those things about me. Maybe I'm too comfortable here." And she goes, "I don't even know what that means, you dumbass. You're happy. You're happier than I've ever seen you, and I've known you for a long time. So do what makes you happy. Do what you know you can live with." And I really, when we talk about later on, like the Worf-Deanna relationship, like I don't actually really dislike it. It's not Will and Deanna, and that's always going to be the relationship. So anything that takes away from that, like at any time, it's like these guys are so good together in so many episodes, and this is like one of a billion times where they're so sweet together. So that's my best moment.
Stars.
So my best moment, I'm gonna just go. Well, yeah, it's not a moment, but it's the best part of the episode. Is just Jonathan Frakes Like, Frakes is notorious for being kind of hard on himself and for not thinking he's an amazing actor. I think he thinks of himself as more of a director, and I can't disagree more. Like, I think that he absolutely puts out a good performance every single time. You know, if there's ever a time where he's not out on 100% cylinders, guess what? It's probably because the material is so good. You know, I'm thinking of, like, season 1, him screaming anybody, like, but that's not his fault. That's why
I love that.
It's so stupid, so hilarious.
If we're gonna hate on him, at least hate on him for the end of Angel 1, where he tries to emote and fails completely.
I can't. No one can elevate that material, man. But here it's like you give him so much to dig into, and I think we mentioned during the watch along, he is so good at that withering look of just that quiet, just, ugh. And like we get more of it with Jellicoe, but he is so good at playing it, and he's so unsettled in this episode. And you're not wrong, Loto. I am going to push back on it. Like, yes, people are in disarray. Yes, people are countermanding each other's authority. Yes, people are in a mess. They should be. The Borg are here. Things are fucked. The entire command structure just got destroyed. Like, people don't know how to react. There's a lot of volatile elements. I like that. I like that it's unsettled. And Deanna makes absolutely the correct call that she should do. The call that Riker would make if he was in that situation. There is no time. They have to get it done now. They have 17 minutes before they run out of warp power and they lose this chance. Say it now, or forever hold your peace and watch the Federation get destroyed. My worst moment?
Hold on. Can I get a rebuttal quickly? And it's even a question, so you can rebut my rebut.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
Hey, Dan, should we just take 5 here?
If the command structure is only worthwhile when there's no threat or no danger, then what's the point of a command structure? Like, if it's meant to break down when you're under the gun, then what's the point of having it?
I don't think the command structure breaks down under any old threat. I think it breaks down in this specific instance because of just the enormity of the Borg threat. I think that's part of the reason why they spend so much time building up so that you will buy it. It's not like we're fighting, the Romulans or the Klingons or the Ferengi. This is a threat that targets you in a very specific way that is way more personalized and is harder for a conventional military structure to adapt to, and that's why it works for me. That's just my own take. And I absolutely know I was going to get pushback from you on it, but I feel like that's kind of the most interesting thing on it. But I have to ask, if we're doing a Riker Shelby thing here, which one of us is which? I have to know.
I feel like we're getting dangerously close to the American Revolution here.
The worst moment. There was a particular line. Oh. Yes, it's Worf saying the starboard structural latching system is failed. I'm like, buddies, guys, you really needed to redo that line because there's such a they're very, very careful with the technobabble here to stuff like shield mutation, where it's like, cool, I can buy that that's doing a thing. Starboard structural latching system. I don't work at HVAC, guys. I'm not here to listen to you talk about your fittings. Change that line, boil it down. Like, Michael Dorn cannot sell it in a convincing way that sounds urgent. It's a clunker of a line. Absolutely worst thing. It just hit the ear completely wrong for me. That's my worst moment.
Absolutely.
All right, well, that's it. Stars wins. Sorry, Otto, you take care.
Damn it, I missed the worst one.
Yeah. He completely countered your argument in the way that swayed everyone over. Dan.
All right, so worst moment for me was the single moment of humor they tried to inject in the episode, and it really landed like a wet fart when they're down in the middle of whatever New Horizons colony that got scooped off the face of the planet, and I guess Shelby makes a comment, oh, the early bird gets the worm, and then Data has a retort, I see no evidence of aviform fauna or macroorganism
life.
vermiculars, and it's just like, okay, yeah, just, whatever. Somebody had to have a one-liner, I guess. Just give it to Worf and make it quick. Don't draw it. So, it didn't work for me. Best moment is optimistic Guinan. So in Q-Who, Guinan is very much the Grim Reaper of the episode. She doesn't reveal that the Borg has destroyed her, her home planet in that episode, but we learn it here. But she's the one that says, it doesn't matter, so long as there's humans left to repopulate, the human race will survive, and they'll reform, and they'll always be around. It reminds me of one of my favorite moments from going to bring up classic Doctor Who again. There's a four-parter called The Ark in Space, and it leads off with the Doctor giving a speech. Yes, Indomitable, a speech about the human race, Homo sapiens, and it just
great speech.
Her admiration for the human race reminds me a lot of that, and I just love the idea of here's the friendly alien observer listener who sees the value, and later on we see the Borg also value that same level of humanity. It's the reason why they changed their tactics. The Borg were not interested in assimilating in Q-Who, and now all of a sudden they found the one that got away. It's the Enterprise is their Moby Dick, and now they're back for it, and now they see the value. Hey, there's something about this race that we could use. Maybe we should start paying more attention to this cultural and biological distinctiveness. It changes the Borg entirely in this episode, and it's for the reasons that Guinan lays out in that one scene.
Yeah, before we started the stream, like that, there was like we weren't sure if you were going to pop on then because you came on a little bit. And I was like, that insight, I was like, damn it, I should have picked that for my best because that is absolutely maybe the best part of the episode. I'm really glad you're here tonight. You're so right.
Okay, gentlemen.
I can show you my rating code.
Schiller rating 3.5. Associational rating norm -3.
That's much too low a rating. Just not accustomed to seeing an unsatisfactory rating on a member of my crew.
Okay, gentlemen, it's time for our Schiller rating code, and seeing as this is my draft pick, this is my Schiller rating code, and you're not going to be happy with me. Gentlemen, how many assimilated aviform former in a map-painted canvas mutating needlessly out of 10 would you give? And that's mutating with an N, because that's the first time I've really... because I heard mutating, I've always heard it as mutating until we saw the subtitles. I'm like, what the fuck is mutating? And I had to actually Google it in the middle of the episode. And mutating is the rocking, swaying, or nodding motion in an axis of rotation. So, and they were doing that to the shields. I'm like, that is such a weird phrase that someone absolutely on the writing staff had their thesaurus open at the time. So yes, gentlemen, I will say it again. How many assimilated aviform fauna in a matte painted canvas mutating needlessly out of 10? Let's start with Otto.
Yeah, take your eat your veggies first. So I know I probably shouldn't even do this during your draft pick, Isle, because I know you don't like it. But if I were to compare this to the last one we watched, they heighten the threat a little bit. The ambiance, the aura is up. But you lose humor. You lose the innocence of Sonia Gomez. You lose the irrepressibility of John Delancey. And you gain uncomfortable bickering. And so to me, like it's a big downgrade. And as I'm thinking of scores, there's a lot of good elements in here, but I'm kind of uncomfortable when I'm watching it for not a great reason. So I'm going to give this 7.8 assimilated aviforms in a matte painting mutating needlessly out of 10.
Fantastic. I'll go next. This I do feel like the fact that we watched Q-Who and then this isn't as good as Q-Who. Q-Who had such a header of there being a massive threat. Having Q, having, like you mentioned, Sonia Gomez, there was a lot to that episode with the lighting and the tension was an unexpected gem in this. I do love this episode still. I feel like there is a dynamic to start, and as much as the petty bickering and all that sort of comes to play, it does add another element to Star Trek. And we kind of see the machinations at work the same way you did with the Remican conspiracy, and we see forward a lot more in DS9 going forward, and we see sort of like how things develop, and the Admiral sort of saying like, here's your new first officer, and we do get the big threat of the Borg, and they evolve and they do something more. But where I gave Q-Who a 9.65, I'm going to give this a 9.5. There's not much of a drop here. I would be happier if the Borg were more of a present threat going forward, and it wasn't as much of the crew investigating it, although I applauded it in the watch along and said, like, I'm glad they're sort of like investigating this rather than sort of jumping straight to the threat. I feel like they did rock that on a little bit too much. So I'm going to go for 9.5 assimilated Avaforms trapped in a matte painting, mutating needlessly. I'm looking over here, so you know I'm not looking at my spreadsheet.
Yes.
I'm glad you got that. Gotta put my money where my mouth is. Stars.
I feel like I might be the odd man out here. I still think this is going to be the part. I'm wondering if maybe Autumn will like part 2 more because it tamps down on the parts that he doesn't enjoy as much. But for me, this works really, really well. I enjoy the drama and the bickering. I find that really, really interesting from a character perspective.
Is that why you love me?
Yes, guess what? There's a reason why this dynamic works. You can't have 2 Picards sitting around. You need a dynamic.
You need a Sam and Diane. Yep.
Exactly.
I'll be Diane.
Shit, am I Norm? Fuck.
Yes. Does that mean you're Frasier, Dan?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
There you go. Everything just about this works. So there are like tiny little clunker lines, and I respect your admiration for him, Dan. But like Wesley felt a little bit like he was out of another episode in this. Like it wasn't bad, but just a bit incongruous, as it were. That being said, I'm going to stick with my original rating of 9.8. And you know what? I'm going to give it 9.8 overly long Schiller ratings out of 10. I thumb my nose at you, sir.
Don't know if I approve of this.
See, stars as Riker, because he was so comfortable doing the Schiller ratings, but this hot upshot came along and started doing them even better. And stars just can't handle it.
There's nothing's going to top a horse named Tango.
I tell you, man, that first one we did, guess what? We're never going to top it. It's my favorite one.
Dan, take us home.
Yeah. With respect to all of the dissenting opinions here, and I will concede that this was quite a bit more soap opera-y than I remember. But I'm going to look at this episode in a vacuum, not knowing, transporting myself back to my 14-year-old self watching this in a living room, probably with my mom, 8 o'clock on a whatever Thursday night this used to air, and not knowing what the future would hold. All of the soap opera drama lent credibility to the fact that this was a really raise the stakes episode, not just for the crew, not just for Will, but for the entire franchise of Star Trek. They upped the ante in every possible way by introducing the cliffhanger on a season finale, by creating this interpersonal drama that Gene Roddenberry didn't necessarily want, but here we're going to bring in somebody else to make it happen, and for better or for worse, it was a swing. Taking the idea of what's the Enterprise's worst enemy is its own best friend, taking Picard and pitting him against the Enterprise now. Done worse maybe in Nemesis, but done great here, and even better in episode 2 that we'll see soon. I think every part of this, when looked at through the lens of it being 1991 on a Thursday evening, this is just what an experience, what a ride this episode takes you on. The uncertainty at the end of it, and then the lingering of the 4 months or maybe a year for the Brits. Before we actually get any resolution. I can't think of a more rewarding hour of television that I watched as a child, and this is and will always be a 10 out of 10 for me. And that's 10 out of 10 Avaform nutational matte paintings on a sesame seed bun out of 10.
Incredible.
That's a good remix.
Well, at the end of that, our average is a 9.3, which scores it equal to Extreme Risk, equal to Counterpoint, equal to Spock Amok. So it's in good company among the higher echelons. And we've got, guys, this is like Trek number 89 or 90 or something like that. We've still got like another 890 episodes to go. So, like, yeah, this is good company. So, if you are watching on stream, stick about. We're about to watch part 2 if you're watching on the review. We'll see you very soon. See you in the week for our part 2 review. Live long and prosper. I am going to go to the toilet, and we'll start part 2. But continue your bickering if you must. I want this more Sam and Diane.
we got to keep our powder dry, man.
Everything okay in the background there, Otto?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Overtire's calling you Gene Autoberry. Like, I think that's a slightly mean thing to say about Auto, but...
So, there's an episode that I picked, The Empath, that I just... The fire is growing, and I want to show this to you guys. And I'm expecting 2s across the board, but it is my like, you can't talk me off how great it is, despite how objectively terrible it is. So I'm eager to get to that one.
I'm eager to hear your reasoning on it. I'm always down to have an open mind on it.
I don't like being the low rating, but I'm just, I want you guys to be the low rating for something I love, so we can turn it around.
Well, I think it's just a case of, like, we want slightly different things out of it. Like, I think you really enjoy, like, an emotional catharsis and, like, a moral lesson. And this doesn't have that, really. It's just a very different kind of episode.
7.8 is fucking strong, though. I mean, it's not, like, there's so many good things about this episode. It's just, taken down a few pegs is all, so. It's okay. There were times in the past where you and I couldn't go that far without sulking in our rooms afterwards. So I think we're getting better in that regard.
We've grown. But guess what? We're seasoned.
I'm better. Dan, are you going to stay for second part?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give it a shot here.
We got to keep it shorter though, because I went on a little long.
Well, okay. This is a great discussion. I thoroughly enjoyed talking over this episode with y'all. It's really gave me a lot to think about. Didn't persuade me at all, but
That's like I find it kind of percolates, and then it'll pop into my conscious later on, and I'll think, oh yeah, maybe I should look at things differently. So
I think that justifies all of our different ratings, right? We all have a different lens through which we watch Star Trek, and I think that's what makes it interesting. So
yeah.
Right, let me get some things set up. Carry on talking. I've got a few things.
Yeah, because I was asking about like our top 10 and our top bottom 10, and like that's just as our aggregate ratings. I'd be curious to know what everyone's individual like top 10s are, like, and see what that rating looks like compared to everyone else's.
Well, we gotta. I feel like after a couple drafts, that'll crystallize for sure.
Yeah,
because we're kind of picking some of our favorites.
I'm already thinking about what I want in my second draft. I'm already thinking about it.
Well, so just off the top of your head, what would you guys snap rating for Family, which is coming up next?
Gosh,
that's an easy 9.5, I think.
I'm thinking, like midnight for me.
High.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's extremely good. Like it's such a different episode.
It's so soft and charming compared to this. It's like,
it's definitely a different.
But you
vibe.
can't really have one without the other.
Yeah, it sneaks up on you, and it punches you in the back of the head with maybe the biggest gut like punch that I can think of. Just I wasn't strong enough, and just it's devastating. It's incredible.
Actually, I think a lot about the Rozhenkos and the war storyline as well. So
his little smile he gives them is so cute.
There's that part of it too. Okay.
Well, and Wesley, and there's also Wesley stuff.
They almost never do a C story, but
oh god, yeah, that's the Jack Crusher hologram episode. Yeah, it is all about.
Yeah, where he looks like big.
I forgot about
let's get going so we can have Dan for the whole thing.
We can, yes. Okay, so hello everybody. We are watching the Best of Both Worlds Part 2. Shall we just kick straight into the trailer? Let's do it. Let's go. We don't need the preamble.
Do it.
Here we go.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Star Trek.
You once knew him as Picard, captain of the Starship
Enterprise.
No, he's Picard with shit on his face.
Man, machine, a deadly pawn of the evil Borg.
Oh, the tear.
His mission to destroy Earth and
the slow-mo.
That's pretty good.
Gets in his way.
Gets in his way. Oh my god, that's such an action hero thing.
Oh.
Ooh.
The Next Generation.
There's a lot to pick.
Okay, that in short.
I'm picking the phaser because they seem to like their effects.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's the turn. I love the fact that he's a ruthless enemy and he'll kill anyone that gets in his way. Like he's an enemy for fucking Sylvester Stallone in an 80s action film. Like
John Luke Rambo. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're making him out to be like the Terminator. It's so good. So
well,
goofy.
yeah, there are some comparisons, but not quite. Okay, let's see what the second one is.
Picard becomes a killing machine. In a
Oh,
mission
more
to
slow-mo.
destroy
Oh, they're
Earth.
doing that.
First
Oh,
episode
fat shuttle.
of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Here's the spread. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
all right.
we're
Let's see
paring
what's
it down.
going. Let's see what number
It's
3
Could
is.
be the
Number
laser.
two.
though. Could be the laser.
I was right.
Whack.
Yes!
That sound-
Hang on. Wait, hang
Do
on.
that
I don't want to
sound
see it again.
effect. Whack.
Ready?
Gonna have to jump.
Oh, that's all. That's
That
all.
sound effect.
Sound effects.
I bet that sound effect was recorded in 1955, and they've been reusing it ever since.
It's like a bag of sand hitting a slab of meat or something.
Just
isn't it?
missing the Wilhelm scream as he goes over the railing.
Yeah.
Overtide wants that whack on a loop, but we won't go there. Okay, let's do pre-ratings.
Whack on a loop after we're done.
Whack on a loop. So, how do we feel like part 2 is going to fare? Obviously we've watched it like many times, but it is weird approaching this in a different mindset to like just going, you know what, I'm going to watch Best of Both Worlds, and you have a good time. But now we've kind of got that critical eye, and now we've subjected part 1 to all this kind of scrutiny. How are we going to feel about part 2? Go on. Also, you start.
Sorry, I'm just trying to keep things chugging along. I'm going to go 8.5. I think the goal of getting our dad back is like, that's a nice, wholesome thing. They can all rally around. The crew can all contribute in some way. And then, Guinan going and talking to Riker behind closed doors. Thank you very much. I really like that. So I'll go 8.5. 8 and a 5 Star Treks.
Fantastic. Stars.
I think I'm going to go with a nice friendly 9. I remember not liking it as much as part 1. And it's mostly because it's so hard to do a part 2 that follows up and does better than part 1. Doing setup is so much easier than following through. I find as someone who does the occasional bit of writing in my mind, like so often they don't manage to capitalize on it. That being said, 9. Give it a 9. Maybe you'll be able to talk me down or talk me up. I'm curious.
See, I always thought it was kind of the opposite, because the payoff and the conclusion and tying everything together, I think, is what people really enjoy. And so generally the part 2s tend to get the higher. But
I'm of the opinion that part 2 is a different style, but I don't think the only disappointing part that I remember of part 2 being is that the deflector dish does fuck all. After that, it's fine. They kind of fire it as a big
that
wet
makes
fart.
perfect sense.
It does make sense, but it's a kind of a big wet. You're expecting, as a kid, you're like, finally we get to see what it does, and it's like, and oh right, okay, nothing, fine. Well, of course it does. It's the Borg, but I kind of agree with Auto in that, I feel like part 2 is actually as good, and it's a good victory lap for the shock of part 1. It's the end game to the Infinity War. So I'm going to go with a friendly 9 as well. It's a good happy 9. We like this 9. He's kept us warm all these years. Dan, what kind of friendly rating are you going to give? Pre-rating are you going to give this episode?
I fear that there's going to be a problem with this episode. So they spent so much time messing things up that, and even the writers admitted it, right? I mean, how are they going to get themselves out of this corner they painted themselves into? And so this entire episode winds up being, instead of just advancing things and being interesting character studies, it just winds up unfucking the plot. And this is the reason why. I criticize. I think one of the sole dissenters on Strange New Worlds ad Astra per Aspera. So it's they spend the entire episode just unfucking what they did to Una, and it just winds up being a bore by the end of it. And this, I think, is a little bit more interesting. There's more people involved, more things to do. But I feel like it's more of like an apology for what the perfection of the first episode was. So I'm going to be pretty low on part 2. I'm going to start at an 8.
An 8. No, that's still. I mean,
that's pretty low.
Relatively low.
Yeah.
Hey, he was the highest on part 1, so
that's true. That's
true. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about oh my god, that's such a bad rating, even though this is stellar fucking Star Trek.
We've become IGN.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there is a point of the 2 points from 6 to 8 is completely different to the golf from 8 to 10, is it not? Even it's the same numeric difference, but it's might as well be it's so much exponential. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, shall we get on and watch this thing? Let's do this. I think
let's get in there and mix it up.
I think I fucking done this episode.
Chad is right. Chad is right. This episode is whack.
Dangevin in chat. He's a fucking menace. All right.
He votes on his own What the Dub too. Don't you?
Load up your DVD players, your Blu-ray copies of the drive, and boot up Paramount Plus. And if you can get it working, good fucking luck. We're going to start this episode in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have engaged the Borg.
How dare you remind me of fucking how awful Paramount Plus is as a service? I hate it so
Dan,
much.
I'll agree. I thought Ad Astra Prospera was good, maybe, but not sublime. Okay. But I'm a little surprised that you would dislike it because you drafted Measure of Man, which are very similar.
I know, Courtroom,
episodes.
you think it'd be right up in my wheelhouse, but no, it didn't do it.
Yeah. I agree. It has some...
What was the Courthouse episode with Worf and Chapok? Where he gets
engagement?
Rules of
Rules
engagement.
That's a
I don't like that one.
Do you know?
Oh, I do really like that one. It's got Ron Canada, baby.
No, I like the one you reviewed in the server Judgment. I think that's a way better Klingon legal system episode.
Do you like?
It is
do you
good.
just
I
like that
wanted to
episode
like
because
it
his
more.
name is Ron Canada? Is that the whole reason?
No, but that's about 5 points of the rating. Right there.
It's a good superhero alter ego name.
I can't believe Lawrence Luckenbill and Ron Canada were never on the same episode. I'm sorry. Have we skipped the recap?
No, we're still in it.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
no,
we
okay.
haven't seen this episode in 6 months. So.
Never mind. I'll keep shitting.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah. So I have to say, I think that Majel's pronunciation on last time, and I fucking love her voice for it so much. Like it's what I always think of when I think of a cliffhanger.
Yeah, she recorded the phonetic alphabet, and they made a big deal of that. But I haven't really heard it in a lot of other
Roddenberry did a bit.
yet,
Roddenberry
so.
Project did a bit with it, but they've been talking about doing something with it, but I don't know.
I heard that maybe the recordings didn't actually end up being usable because the tech wasn't feasible or something like that.
I mean, now with
they've done
AI,
it.
they could do it anyways.
If you go on Roddenberry Project, I think if you go to their About page, the whole thing is narrated by that version of Majel's sort of sound files. So they have the tech to do it. There it is.
I love that. That's my favorite way to lead in.
That is a nice...
Yeah.
To land on.
Framing
That's a good landing
here.
pad.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here
I
comes
love the
John
build
Philip
up.
Sousa.
Ooh. Flashy remaster. Yep, nothing.
I kind of love that.
Yeah.
Oh, she's
Okay,
wrong.
we can just
10.
cuddle.
There's a good tension from these reaction shots.
I love that Riker works out for pretty much anyone else. Maybe Data knows. But he
It's a
doesn't say it.
gut feeling.
Yeah.
Human.
Human.
People always say it's such a letdown. They build it up, it does nothing. But actually, it solidifies how threatening assimilation is. That they can take from you your most important laid plans, and I kind of like that.
The best laid plans.
That's equally threatening to, powerful shields or armor plating or whatever. It's a weapon.
Yeah, I
we
also have
haven't
to
seen
kind
before.
of. Think about it from a writing perspective. What would the alternative be? Oh yeah, look, it blew up the cube, and now it's 45 minutes. So Picard's dead.
You don't spend an entire episode trying to extract from Picard what the defense plans for Minos Corva are. You just take them and download it, and you're good to go. Superior.
You have a keen mind.
Riker makes them eat Owan eggs instead of Taspar eggs.
Oh, what? No, you can't say it properly. Owan.
Owan.
Ba-ba-ba.
This would be such a great drinking song,
I'm doing my part.
I'm surprised Roddenberry didn't try and get a lyric for this one to get royalties on.
True.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah. I'm sure Goldsmith would have probably had his balls if he tried, but...
One day I'm going to overlay that alternate take over one of the episodes and just, completely ruin the episode for you. Have you heard
Welcome
the
in,
TNG
Booter.
alternate take? You have, haven't you? I've played that to you.
It probably had like years ago.
Oh no, I played it to you in the car. Do you remember when we were driving to Blackpool?
I probably like tried to get it out of my mind. Knowing me, I'm very good at that.
He's still first officer.
That's kind of an odd angle.
It's nice.
Yeah, you don't see it very often. Yeah.
I wonder if that's a remaster thing.
I think this is the last time they did new shots for the Enterprise. It
Yes,
said in,
it was. Yeah.
IMDb.
Oh.
Yeah.
Everything's gonna go so well.
It does kind of carry through the thread of humanity still being arrogant about how they can handle a Borg.
Yeah.
I like that they're on Worf for that reaction.
Yeah. Yeah, I love this. This whole speech is so blustery and arrogant, and it's like, buddy, you don't get it. And you can tell that Shelby. Yeah. It's like that browbeating thing that maybe it'll work against the Klingons and the Romans, but it's not that kind of threat, bro. I love like how Gate plays that as if she's like heard this story before.
She was probably there for the story.
Yeah, probably
Didn't they meet
actually.
at the Academy?
Yeah, they probably. Yeah, you're right. Actually,
Now there's a prequel. Commissioner.
Don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas. I'm tired of prequels.
We are. I would very strongly predict that someone's going to come up with a Picard prequel, like either Academy or Stargazer.
Yeah, get Tom Hardy to do it.
And I feel like that is the mindset of what they'd go for.
Star Trek Domjet. Yeah.
Honestly, that's one of the things I like the most about Academy is the fact that it actually properly advances the setting.
The Bonestell Recreational Facility.
Oh, I didn't notice that, like, Worf's lip kind of moves a little bit there. He's a little bit... Yeah, I feel real good about it.
Hey, Data, want to be my first officer? Get out, Shelby.
He is very solemn. He's so solemn. It's like, what? It feels like he's not quite ready to step into the...
No,
which is,
definitely not.
it's what they're going for, but...
I think it ties back to what you were saying about him having that gut feeling with like the deflector dish adaptation. I think he knows that the Admiral and everyone on those ships is going to be dead.
I like they do the
knows.
body horror stuff here. This kind of really accentuates what the Borg's about. Like, we don't see any of this before. Like, not even in Q here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is always a tiny bit
change.
goofy, but like it
No,
works.
It's good.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's a little bit. Well, it's like you mentioned with like the minor key version of the theme in like the previous
think
part.
so?
Like I like the camp. Like, why would they remove the pallor from his face? It's like it doesn't matter. It's because it's really it's spooky.
They're trying to out testosterone each other right now.
Worf's hair is like massive.
Yeah, it's early season. Like, I much prefer the ponytail they give him later.
Honor nor courage. Yes, Worf.
Is it?
We have guile.
We have two. I mean, what?
I like how Will acknowledges Worf's opinion there. I hope it's...
They are kindred
Yeah,
spirits.
Yeah.
You see the fire in his eyes.
Yeah, no, Riker and Worf have a great working relationship.
So already in the first 5 minutes, she's failed twice. The special attack didn't work, and she kind of admitted defeat. Now here she's struggling to...
I mean, you can't really blame her for like that. Like the attack probably would have worked if he hadn't been for the assimilation.
I'm just saying, like, it's part of
Barclay.
smooth sanding
you
down
mean
kind of the
in terms of
rough
a
edge.
humbling? Yeah. Oh, you're right. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Because I think that's kind of needed to bring her in under him in the command structure.
No, I see what you mean now. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, that little.
Yeah, I love the way they play this.
These are the warm fuzzies I wanted.
See, I had a feeling you'd like this part more. I love the way
Damn. See, he's come round. He's come round. This.
Yeah.
Damn it, Bones. I need you.
I need you.
This little bag.
Badly.
Rex is so pretty here. His eyes are so pretty. How pretty he is.
Yeah,
so he looks a ton like my cousin, especially when he smiles. And I just...
Are you attracted to your cousin Otto?
I watched an episode with a family member the other day, and they're like, "Oh my god, that looks like Garrett." I'm like, "Thank you." I couldn't tell anyone else that; they wouldn't get it.
Is this Jonathan Garrett Frakes?
Oh, look at that!
Yeah.
The ship shake.
The visual acuity, like it's a VHS.
Yeah, no, splice in the beginning of Emissary. That'd be fucking wild.
If we can have the Enterprise Pegasus cut, we can have the Best of Both Worlds Emissary cut.
Oh, boy.
What did you guys think of Shelby coming back for Picard?
Oh, waste.
Non-event.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was cute, but like the fact that he's kill her immediately was a massive waste of time.
Well,
I was more excited for the Enterprise F than I was for Shelbo.
Yeah.
I just realised I called her Shelbo.
Yeah, no, like doing it with Ro was also just criminal. Like I know they had plans to like reveal that she wasn't actually dead, but the fact that they didn't, I'm like, well, cool, you wasted everyone's time.
If you bring back legacy characters, you don't need to kill them. Like,
but what if we killed them though? Wouldn't that
all of
be
them?
shocking?
Hugh, Shelby, Ro, like what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah.
Ha! Fuck you, Worf.
Oh, they're handshaking for everyone, so they know that they've patched things up.
Such performative bullshit, I say, as like try and be a massive contrarian.
No, that role's been taken. Find a new one. Starts.
He's only standing because he can't fit his leg over that chair.
Sounds like a challenge. Nanites. Oh yes, first instruction. Nice.
Yeah, they did it with 1 year ago with
in Evolution,
the first episode of season 3.
Yeah, I do find it interesting that nanites get brought up in this episode, and they become so integral to so much in Voyager.
But I'm just going to play my trombone instead.
I mean, that would inspire me if he was doing the, like, you know that conversation with Deanna where he just talks in trombone?
Yes, yes.
That pipe me up.
I get a tromboner.
Okay. Was that idle? What?
I was going to say, yeah, that's usually my line. Get out of it.
I've been refraining from making the Moby Dick jokes, though. So
yes,
you gotta give it credit there.
It's got to come out eventually. Oh, Dan, come on the stream.
I was literally 1 second behind you.
The Star Wars sequels were before the Picard release, Buta.
This is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, this scene's great. Actually, no, I don't.
I like how she's changed in the last hour or so.
I love her outfits.
This one I'm not as hot on as I like the bright yellow one. That's my favorite one.
No, it's iconic. Sounds like a Deanna conversation.
Hmm. Well, yeah, that was kind of always a bit of a problem with Guinan, is he kind of steals Deanna's lunch.
I think because it's the Borg episode, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
But you're
that
right.
episode where Crusher is dealing with like the murder of that Ferengi scientist, and then Guinan comes in to deal with it. It's like that really should have been a thing for Deanna to do, really.
Well, I mean, she is a listener, and she had to listen to Bev in that episode. I think it could have worked either way.
Mm.
I like the lighting in this scene.
Mm. I mean, to be fair, Whoopi Goldberg has a very like,
Yeah.
you know, her face is very easy to light beautifully.
Especially her eyebrows.
Mm.
You know, they build this up, and I know we get what is it, the Davidian episode?
Mm.
Are they really beyond family?
They never explain.
Well, that was another one that they tried to explain and
drops
never
thread.
ended up going anywhere. Yeah. Like, they tried to justify it because season 2, but they really do not do a good job of it.
No, there's also
maybe
the
she's just
Stargazer
lying
books.
so that he'll listen to her.
Yeah.
Although I guess you could make an argument they picked it up with Generations. If they were both in the Nexus,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
then that's
Yeah.
an interesting way to connect them.
That actually does a way better job of doing it.
It isn't linear.
Was that Adam?
The Stargazer books, they introduced Picard to Guinan, and there's some stuff there, but again, it's not great.
Yeah.
Michael
I'm
Jan
not interested in
Friedman
Star Trek
wrote
books.
those.
So if Troy had pulled him into the ready room at the end of the first episode, and we had this scene, that would have been a lot more effective than her chewing him out on the bridge.
I like how
I mean,
this
I think-
starts with the lone French horn, and then they add the orchestration after. Sorry, Star.
No, you're right. Yeah, I don't really classify what Deanna did as chewing him out. I think she just like kind of brings them up and gives them a bit of a reality check.
No, yeah, I didn't like it doing in public.
No,
as well.
I understand. Like, especially like doing it in public, I understand.
That big piece of black paper over the console on the right in the background.
Yeah.
The nanites have gotten loose again.
I like. This is like the first episode. We're all stepping on each other's toes trying to talk. That's just how good this episode is. Oh, this scene.
Oh, yeah, this is rough.
So many kit bashes.
Yeah. He does the Picard maneuver. Love it.
So they said they had, I think, 79 instruments for the orchestration for these episodes.
Yeah.
77.
Oh. Let's settle on 78.
Well, the Melbourne.
76 trombones.
All right, he's mastered the slowly look down. We've got that established.
See, this is why I love the TNG remaster over the TOS one, because they could have taken every opportunity to go like, right, let's put extra stuff in. No, they kept it as close to the episode as possible.
Love a good strong, unusually strong eddy current.
It's my Schiller rating. He's bluffing. He's doing the poker thing. Jackie Gleason's in this? Bam, zoom, straight to Wolf 359.
You know what? One of my favorite things about TNG is Riker says away team, and he nods at two people. Who's he nod at? You know exactly who it is every time.
We've got 3D view screens.
What is this like? Yeah, it's like a projector or something.
I love the paint that they've given him makes his hair look almost like it's made out of like silver or like sawdust or something like that. It's weird. I love the way it changes his.
She's got massive breasts too. Less so than in timelines. Those are huge in timelines.
I've got it on screen right now.
Look, you just turns around. Have you noticed how your boobs are starting to firm up? Not that we care about such things in this day and age.
Always love a return to the Battle Bridge. Is this the last time we see the Battle Bridge? Do we see it again after this?
No, I think you do.
I think this is it.
Yeah, I don't think you even see it in All Good Things, do you? You don't even...
sorry, All Good Things?
No, you don't see it there. It never separates.
No.
Gleason doesn't blink.
God, he doesn't.
That's exactly what we wanted them to think. Yeah, it's not Generations either. They don't separate it, but you don't see the Battle Bridge.
Shit.
Dude, they should splice this into Timescape where they use their little armbands to freeze time on the Borg ship. Damn it, Gleason, blink for us.
I think I love the way he says number one. Like, he doesn't say Riker.
Yeah.
Like, he uses that familial affection that Picard would say.
Yeah, he refuses to fucking blink, doesn't he?
I know, this is really distracting me now.
He's just looking down.
You look down? No?
He's so dialed in. Look at that. Oh my god.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Incredible. Get that guy on con every time. He will not falter.
He's not missing a thing.
Oh, yes. Is this also the last source of separation?
Generations.
Apart from Generations, because that was necessity. But, like, as a general...
Generations, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's also noticeable, and I read this, that LeVar Burton had surgery, so he wasn't available for most of the principal shooting. So
yeah,
all the shots are just
has to take
one-offs
over
of him
his
just
stuff.
saying lines. Yeah.
Riker Alpha.
I named after myself.
He's got those in the
just a
barrel,
side
just in
roll.
case. Riker Alpha is
lazily to the left.
Yes.
The cha-cha slide is the Riker Alpha.
Oh, he's just going through the...
Yeah, I like this.
You know, she's
I
almost
love
like
this.
too docile in this one
Yeah,
now.
she's lost
I kind of
her
wanted
spice.
to... Yeah.
It's so spicy.
Oh, I like this scene. This is
I
great.
love the
This
shot
is
of
really
like
good. This is
everything's
great.
going off. Yeah.
As they go through the...
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great. I love that.
Especially with the camera perspective being as it is.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be on this
Is this
ride.
maybe the most Star Wars as TNG ever gets?
What was the ride in Disneyland? Wasn't it?
No.
There was the Star Wars. What was it called?
No, when they go to the cantina in Chain of Command Part 1, that's more
Oh
Star Wars-y.
yeah, yeah. You're right.
Damn it, Gleason, blink. Dude, that's awesome. That's so unique.
It's great.
It's like proto runabout with the transporter and everything.
Defrost.
Half power. Yeah.
Just phase. If phasers warp, he's like, damn it, wrong setting.
Why do we
Power
have a phaser
stance.
in the dick thing? Yeah.
How many android power stances?
Trying to predict that Sheila ring.
No.
I'm going with unusually strong eddy currents.
Did you have to? You could have just left him alone.
I know, it looked like he was coming right for us.
This is the exact same shots from last episode.
Nearly.
Are they really?
Yeah. The way they fell is exactly the same. This is different here.
Yeah, that bit's different, but yeah.
Oh. Worf has been wanting to do this for 3 seasons.
Yeah. This is for all the times you told me not to engage.
I like how weak Borg security is. Like, they can just beam over and get him.
Well, I
To
mean,
be
that's
fair,
always been the way.
These are the two most physically capable people on the entire
True.
ship. So,
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sent the
can you
right
imagine
people.
if they sent Wesley and Deanna to do this mission?
Oh, there you go. There's your Voyager into the unknown mod pack. Alternate best of both worlds.
Bisou.
Locked on.
Oh no, are you as locked in as Gleason?
No, no one is. Jackie.
How many
Jensen
absolutely
Gleason
locked in
show.
con helmsman?
He's flashing back to peak performance right now.
Broke your little ship.
That's a nice shot. I like that.
I love the I love the shot of like the two pieces separated like that.
Shut up, Wesley.
Yeah, no, that thanks Wes.
Kaboo!
Oh, I love the way it moves.
I will say about Will, I don't think he's ever phoned in an acting job. You can say you don't like certain line reads or whatever, but
Yeah, he's done it.
for a kid, I've never seemed like disinterested to be there.
I just hope he's the best of both worlds, part 2.
Now, if they did a reverse, like with his color coming back to normal, that would be kind of cool.
I think you kind of have that effect because like the makeup is obviously designed to work on the Borg ship lighting, so it looks weird and unnatural in like the brighter lights of the Enterprise.
It's a little fucking head thing. It's doing the take a
you
sit
can
up.
hear the rubber moving.
It's going to chokeslam someone any minute.
Would he have been able to do it? And the tubing on his face there, I love that effect.
Like, so they're just holding a static close-up, which would be boring, except that there's so much shit to look at on his face. It's really not. They're giving you the chance to examine him. Multimodal reflection sorting.
Are we in Wig Beverly phase here? I think it is, isn't it?
I think so.
Pulaski would have him jigging medley on the head of a pin.
Call back from Q-Who.
Yeah. And something they kind of stopped doing, as I recall.
This is the most quiet it's been.
This is another thing that calls back to like 7 of 9. This is a lot of the basis of like her medical.
Yeah, no, you have to
terminology
think
comes
that
from
like
this.
the EMH is probably loaded with like Crusher's notes on how to reverse assimilation.
Your spreadsheets are shit.
That's not a nice way to talk about yourself, Idol.
Like a Worf has to get in a retort. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he has to answer to the bait. Like, come on, man.
Okay, so what do you guys think about this? Where he tries to communicate like we're trying to help you guys. You just don't get it.
I think it kind of makes sense, and I think the fact that it's a complete and abject failure is why they don't do it, and why going back to Vox was stupid.
It's also like a prelude to perfection, like which is something that comes up in First Contact and Voyager, like the Borg are seeking to become the perfect life form, except they've completely missed the point.
Yeah, I think it kind of works if you take it as an example of adaptation that they're trying and it doesn't work.
I think every dictator thinks that
Saturn.
they know what's best for everybody else.
Okay, what's your favourite planet and why is it Saturn?
Why would it be Saturn?
Saturn's fucking beautiful. Get out of it. What's your favourite
Well, Jupiter.
Planet? No, Jupiter's a fat fucking...
Jupiter's awesome.
009.
And Chodes picked fucking Jupiter.
Yeah, well.
Saturn's glorious. Oh, it's a different shot.
Yeah.
But that's a lie. Your favourite planet is not Earth. Shut up.
No one's favourite planet is Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Like your favourite planet on Earth is... Like, favourite place on Earth is your own house. Like, come on.
No, my favourite planet on Earth is Earth.
That's a good point.
I love whenever we get an excuse to get the LEDs out.
Oh, Deanna's here.
So this is actually Deanna's apartment, not apartment. Her quarters.
Oh, they
redressed.
Yeah.
Mm. And O'Brien's just like, I guess I'm here.
Bev starts sucking out of the straw on the other end of Data's head.
Oh, there's a good cut with that fucking peptide cake scene there, isn't there?
Yes. Yeah, his pallor is a little more human.
Yeah, it's slightly come back to here.
The chest
The
helps.
second two-parter where Picard's shirtless. How many more will we get?
You know what? The Borg should have just tried to be AI chatbots. That would have earned them a lot more acceptance.
He's almost shirtless in Family.
Choo choo choo.
Almost.
Oh no, my Merculate rockets.
Oh, dude, I love that. You remember Conundrum, where they're tricked into going and destroying the Lycian, and they do the same, the three little phaser shots, they destroy these tiny little things in one shot? I love that.
Mm.
There's a lot of red uniforms in the lower half of this frame right now.
Yeah.
That was their defense perimeter, huh?
Yeah.
That was always something that bothered me. Was like, Like, there's
the
no
only starship in the
giant
sector. That was the defense perimeter.
I always made that
Starfleet has
mistake when I
problems.
was playing Risk. I put all my stuff in the front in line, and then I just get wiped.
There's nothing but Zerg rushes, and if
Yeah,
I
but-
don't Zerg rush and win, then I lose.
Clearly, you've not played Birth of the Federation when a Borg cube attacks. You are not prepared.
There's a line from Kirk, the best defense is a good offense, and I intend to start offending right now.
That's a good one.
Swagger.
See, they should have done more with Data having access to Borg stuff, I feel.
Well, First Contact was about a certain kind of
How
access.
about a movie? Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean...
Yeah? Yeah,
stuff
guess
with,
what,
like-
Idol? You're talking yourself into Dissent. That's how you end up with Dissent.
Yeah, but that was never about the Borg, was it? Schiller ratings. Ugh.
Oh, look at the fear on Spiner's face. What was that?
Yeah, I always love that reaction.
Oh.
That's like a motion chip level acting from him.
I just realized the thwack you get there in the show is not the same one you get in the trailer. I love that.
Dude, I love how they do it
this
slowly,
bit,
like it's
yeah.
arm wrestling.
Stop.
And the stare as well.
Yes. Oh, is that a Descent reference, Dan?
It is, yep.
Wow. They break them down, or they bring them back piece by piece. I like that. It's not just like, oh, he's back.
Someone was really proud of the little bit on his head that goes like that.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
It's got a production guy behind him with a little lever.
Yeah.
Nah.
I kind of love the phrasing on that, yeah.
That's Academy Marathon Picard to you.
All that bonus still in that, man.
I think Shelby's done, isn't she? There are no more lines for her in this episode.
Oh, no, she has a few.
Hmm.
She has a perky little line about how they're going to replace 40 ships and 40,000 people in under a year. It's so fucking dumb.
We'll be back up.
It's the same level of perkiness when, like, fucking Felix Leiter at the end of License Killers, like, lost his leg and his wife died on their wedding night, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to start dating again. Might as well have been. He's so perky at the end of that movie. It's so stupid.
So when we reviewed Stranger World Season 3, Idol, you talked about the sleep data. You thought it was, what, kind of a lame finish, or what?
I forget what I said now. It was just a kind of just like, oh, right, we need to just resolve this now, and that'll do.
I don't know. I always found it kind of, like, elegant in its simplicity. That shot.
It does feel like a bit of a... And it's actually confirmed Memory Alpha that, like, they had no idea how to get away with it, but...
Well, that's one of those things where it's like, we always talk about how much of a threat, the Borg are, and it's like, cool, you can only threaten for so long, eventually you have to pull the trigger on the gun, and then at that point it becomes a gun.
And I'm going to say, there is a comparison here to the motion picture as well, because, your threat is above Earth, you have to solve it now, how do you do it? And motion picture did it in a very ethereal way, this does it in a very kind of, like, scientific, and it makes sense. But it's also, why would the Borg going to sleep blow up the fucking cube? It's a bit weird.
Well, because it's the power feedback and they realize they get access, so they're like, okay, cool, self-destruct now.
Yeah.
Like, ironically, the stuff that a Borg Queen character would articulate to you is giving you the answers that you're looking for here. Ironically. There is no voice of the Borg telling you what they're doing, so that's why you're confused about how it works.
I'm also slightly disturbed that Otto can remember something in the review that we spent 4 hours doing and pick out that one line. I don't remember anything we've ever done.
Well, to be fair, that's because he drinks a lot less than you do.
True. Yeah. Sleep.
He's exhausted. All right, shut up, Bev.
Yeah, that line is so silly. Made worse in retrospect by things like
Buta, that is probably the most
Menace.
Buta, that is the most accurate statement you've ever said.
I take it too seriously, and Idol drinks too much. There's got to be a middle ground.
I'm the middle ground.
Must be drawn here.
Actually, no, it's probably Dan. Dan's the middle ground.
Data. Oh, reuse shots.
I just... No, let him die.
Let them die.
I love that. I have no more time to give you. Ooh, that's a bad warning to get.
Worf looking around. Yes, I like this little tracking shot around him.
Yeah, the camera movement's great. Yeah, only evacuate now.
Perchance not to dream, Commander.
See, instead of blowing them up, it would be
Borg are
interesting to
very
keep them in
EP.
sleep. You could have had a Borg artifact situation here, and then they could have carried that through. That would have been fun.
Yeah, that totally would have been a thing they would have done on TNG.
No, I know they wouldn't have done, obviously, but it's... and they didn't, but...
Look, it's his draft pick. He's allowed a fantasy book.
But it's also a case that from the Borg perspective, the instant they realize that their command path has been accessed, they're going to, oh, we need to shut that down.
Anyway, here's Gleason again.
Yeah, I'm going to see if he blinks.
Oh, wow. I thought he was in red earlier in the episode.
He's a swing
was
commander.
Yeah,
lost
might
in
have been
his
the
eyes.
battle bridge lighting.
Where is he going? Oh, he's going to go
So
see the captain.
the next lab, yeah.
Yeah.
The latrine.
Gonna go and cook some eggs.
No, no blinks yet. Put on the uniform, Troy. Jesus.
All right, Jellicoe. See, this is why Riker wears red. He gets to make that decision.
We go, we come back. That's the same fireworks
Do you
shots
think
they
a lot
used
of
in the yeah.
Oh, dude, look at that remaster. The light glowing before it blows.
Do you think a ton of that wreckage got like fell on Earth just like in regeneration?
Regeneration
it's probably in
2.
stable orbit by now.
I appreciate that the Borg gave him a little diaper.
He's got a box of
How
shorts.
do you feel? I would liked if they kept like the subvocal modulation.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
That's handy.
Yeah, tell Doc that from Voyager. He's struggling.
I mean, in fairness, Seven was assimilated for like decades, so.
You get Dad back.
Ooh, nice Earth.
Data, hold his hand again. You can tell what
blue
they...
with no green. Yeah,
I like they kept the prosthetics on his face there.
yeah, that's cool.
Mm.
It's funny every time they do it.
Just in time for the Dominion War.
Dude, they need a trombone.
No.
I wish Data
Yeah,
had
that's a
her
good point.
hairstyle.
Overtired. Yeah, going off the premise that the Borg destroyed the cube because it was compromised, it's fair to assume the destruction was thorough. Yeah, that makes sense.
Number one.
Number one.
The fish is floating upside down. He's been away too long.
Yeah, I like this bit.
He is amazing.
It's finally alone.
He shouldn't
Yeah, now
really
that
be
they're gone.
he shouldn't be on duty at all.
No, not at all.
No. But, you know.
If they had a counselor on ship, that would help tremendously. to be fair, we do get family next.
Yeah,
So
yeah, they do.
Yeah,
follow through.
family is essential. It's genuinely essential.
Wow.
I'll be honest. I swear to God, that was 20 minutes. That was the fastest an episode has ever gone for me. I can't believe it.
Goodbye.
All right, let me tweak a few things here. And welcome back, Trek Time lovers. We are here with Best of Both Worlds, a Part 2 review. We have just finished watching the episode on a back-to-back session of watching both parts of Best of Both Worlds, and the conclusion has happened. Picard has been rescued, the Borg cube has been destroyed, Earth is safe once more. Gentlemen, how do we feel about Part 2 over this Part 1? The long 3-month wait is over. It has been a torturous summer. We've had to sit in the sun drinking Coca-Colas by the pool and going, God damn it, what has happened to Jean-Luc Picard? Will he come back? Dan, take us away. What were your feelings when you first saw Part 2 of this? When you were a wee lad of, what was it, 14 you said? 12, 14? When you first watched this?
Something like that, 14, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this was a satisfying conclusion. I was really happy to see the gang all back together, right? You know, it at the time, I think it reassured me that Shelby and Riker were able to make amends. Looking at it now, it seems oversimplified. They just completely dropped any antagonism they seemed to have, and it just fell a little bit flat. But you know, at the time, it was just kind of a big hug, right? You know, we got our show back. You know, we were worried about what would happen to the next generation, and you know, it's looking like it's going to be smooth sailing from here on in. So, rebuilding the fleet, I think, you know, there's an opportunity. I always love the starships, and excited to see. I think all the kit bashing they did paid dividends, where they get to bring back a lot of those. You know, we got the Nebula class from here on in, and a few other ships that make multiple appearances.
Yeah, we have the just to go through, we have the Freedom class, the Niagara class, the Cheyenne class, the Challenger class, Springfield, New Orleans, not like you say, Nebula class, and there was also a Planet of the Titans Enterprise in there as well. A few vague models that they threw together.
I also remember being
Constitution bridge, like
yeah. Oh, sorry, there is. Yeah, there's a destroyed Enterprise from the Search for Spock in there as well.
Yeah. So my disappointment about the Borg kind of being finally defeated. You know, here is our opportunity to have the recurring villain, right? Well, you know, we don't know that at the time, though, right? But it seems like this is pretty final. They've got a way to beat him, and if they ever come up again, they can just, you know, do what they did before, right? You know, even though the adaptation, we'll see if the, you know, the word got back. But yeah, you know, I really loved the Borg as a kid. I thought, you know, that was the coolest villain, and to see him just kind of like completely gone, you know, was kind of a downer. That's about what I can remember. What do you remember, Idle?
What do I remember? I remember I remember the Part 2 being
Idle,
like...
why did you draft?
Why did I draft this?
Part
I mean,
2?
we can essentially go back to Part 1 and go, because it's the best of both worlds, and it's so cool. So naturally, Part 2 will gonna precede Part 1. No, I remember, going back to the first time I watched this, and it was because it was the UK. It was a fair bit of time after Part 1. We had all sorts of delayed schedules, and due to the BBC's licenses and things like that. But we did eventually get to watch it a long while later. I don't know what the exact time was, but yeah, the point was, you know, we had this big build up to the deflector dish being this ultimate destroying weapon. I was thinking, right, it's going to do some damage. No, it kind of just fizzles out on the hull. You're a bit like, oh. But to be fair, it did follow up with some other awesome moments in this episode. This episode was also written by Michael Piller, who comes back for the new series now with a fresh contract to start writing more, and again, directed again by Cliff Bole. And it's a weird thing, like you do find with a lot of Part 1 and Part 2s, especially separated by seasons, will be directed by different people. However, this one was done by Cliff Bole again, who did Hide and Q, Hollow Pursuits, Redemption, Defiant, Facets, Cold Fire, The Q and the Grey, and Dark Frontier, which is kind of what I'm interested to see. I kind of want to keep this Borg thread going, but I feel like Family is probably the most we can take it before everyone kind of gets sick of him and we ruin it. So the original Best of Both Worlds aired on the 18th of June 1990. This one aired on the 24th of September 1990. I'm going to reiterate a point, which is a common complaint about modern television here in the contemporary year of 2026, and that we'll have seasons of like 8 to 10 episodes and then have to wait 3 years for the next season. This was like 3 months, and a lot of people do remember it as the long sort of season of, oh god, we can't wait for this to be, because it was a watershed moment for Star Trek, for sci-fi fans, for kind of like anyone watching television at the time, because 1990, how much serialized content was there like this? How many big cliffhangers on television were there like this? I imagine some, but not quite as important as this. And I think it's developed like a whole a waft of Star Trek fans who wanted to tune in. Like Star Trek became a I need to tune into the next episode kind of television in the way that it hadn't been before, but where it had been episodic, and you could kind of go like, I'll watch the next episode in 2 weeks' time, will be fine. And this was kind of essential viewing at the time. Anticipation for this episode was so great. It's from Memory Alpha. That someone even concocted a fake...
from your diary?
This is, yes.
How great was it?
It's so great. That someone even concocted a fake version of the script that ended up in the possession of some fans and brought Picard back by revealing that his assimilation was merely a prank by Q. The real plot of this episode had a difficult birth. Rick Berman later admitted, when we finished the first half, we had no idea what the second half will be. This is one of the first examples of sort of any television producer, studio or movie studio keeping the scripts a secret. They didn't want anything leaking out, back to sort of like Wrath of Khan kind of days, but it was a very closely guarded secret. The script drafts were secretly numbered by changing the designation of Jupiter Station in the script copy. So they kind of did like, right, so Jupiter 1, 2, 3, 4, and they go, Jupiter 4's been leaked. We know who did that. All the final draft scripts, however, were known as Outpost 92. Stars Auto, talk to me about this episode for you guys.
That kind of reminds me of when Half-Life 2 came out. Some Russian hacker got a hold of the source code like a few months ahead of time. They leaked it, and I think they addressed it in the recent Valve documentary, among other times, where it said, paraphrasing, it's like someone's seen you naked. Like, it's not ready yet. It's a big deal. I DM'd Idle about a week ago. I said, hey, the rest of that music from your stream, can you upload it to me for me to
Yes.
SoundCloud? I want to hear it. Not ready yet.
It's not ready
so there
yet,
is. Nope. I appreciate the people. There's so many people that work so hard on these episodes that I don't begrudge them a bit of secrecy for trying to keep this all under clamps, because you want it to be perfection when you release it.
Stars.
Yeah, I always love when I can tell that Idle's about to do a Memory Alpha pick, because he has a certain tone of voice that he always adopts for
And also, I look over to my other screen like this.
Well, that also, but I'd be able to tell even if you didn't.
I thought that was a mirror over there.
No, I have that down here.
Okay.
Stars, please save me.
So, this episode is kind of worse than I remember.
Wow.
Especially going at it with that critical eye. Like, Shelby becomes a nothing character. Like, absolutely just defanged, and like, it's very obvious that like going into part one, like you can tell they had like I feel like there's so much, there has to be truth to the idea that they didn't know Patrick Stewart was going to come back. Because there's a lot of stuff to Shelby that you could unpick, and here they're like, no, don't look at that. No, don't. There's nothing here. Shut up. Don't look at it. Don't look. It's resolved now. It can't get. You said it best, Dan. It can't wait to start unfucking the plot and just going, no, that's not a problem. No, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. There's a lot of really good spectacle, and the moment to moment is excellent. But it feels surprisingly empty to me in a lot of ways, especially the ending being just like Riker going, "Yeah, fuck off, it's none of your business." Bye, in a way that implies that he doesn't know either what he wants to do. Just that it ain't that, I guess. It's a weird episode. Like the moment to moment of it is great, and then I look back at it and I go, "It's kind of empty calories." I guess I know where Picard season 3 got it from.
It's odd because you kind of like you go from like the big moment of things not working. You have another big moment of doing the source of separation, and then the big firework display. Riker doing his poker bluff, which I feel like they didn't make enough of a deal about, because he's like, well, Picard knows what that I would do, but I know what he would do, so I'm going to do this because he wouldn't know that I would do it. But it kind of doesn't get played off like that. And then after that is where the episode kind of slows down, which is weird because you have this really lush tracking shot of like Worf and Data in the shuttlecraft, and they have this big action moment. But after that, when they get Picard on the ship, he kind of goes through a weird kind of like, I am new alien to your society. Here I am. And it's kind of like, it almost feels like Picard's, or Patrick Stewart especially, is like, I'm going to do this for fun. Like, he feels like he's having fun in the moment, and it's a little bit divorced from the threat of the situation. And the Borg cube does get to Earth. And again, I'm referencing the motion picture, and the motion picture felt like, oh shit, what's going to happen to Earth? Like, this is going to be this big threat. And there's been some other situations like that where the tension is high, but the Borg cube kind of just hovers there. And they kind of take their time to sort of... There's no shots fired at Earth, like First Contact. The sphere turns up, and immediately they start fucking shit up. They beam stuff over to the Enterprise. They're destroying the Phoenix. And this, they're kind of just hovering there. It almost feels like the Borg themselves have been defanged a little bit with their indecisiveness. I do like Jaina Cycle's comment. I like the sleep command as a clever exploit of a low privilege command as a Borg system hack. Yeah, the sleep command is something that overlooked. And I mentioned this in the watch-along as well, when they do the whole sleep data. It's like, Data's like, I can work this out. I can just send them all to sleep. And then they just blow up. And I feel like the excuse is like, they blow up because of, the Borg are going to self-destruct their ship because they've been compromised. But I'm like, this just feels like lazy writing. It's like, and then, we couldn't work out how to destroy them, so we blow them up.
I know, that's the part I have the least problem with. Like, the interpersonal stuff is what I feel like is least satisfying here. There's a lot of really good build-up, especially with the Guinan conversation. It just kind of goes nowhere. But dealing with the Borg by exploiting the machine and utilizing the power of the man is a very Star Trek thing to do. And we all ragged on Hansen for his browbeating and his chest thumping, but he wasn't necessarily wrong about parts of it, which I think is decent. But yeah, I do think they sell. It's a really lovely visual, the cube hovering over Earth, but it doesn't really come to much. You kind of want to see something. Maybe they take a chunk out of a continent or something, and then you just
they do this indie thing. Yeah,
what Picard is working on in Family, rather than trying to raise Atlantis like a fool.
It's not as gripping a moment as Population 9 billion all Borg, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I think, man, Stars, you and I are vibing on this because empty calories. And one of the things that struck me as we were watching it is we spent almost the entire episode just chatting. Maybe that's what
there's a lot in part one when we weren't.
So quickly, but it was just so empty. It wasn't unwatchable. I think it's fine. I got to see everybody doing their thing. Another thing that struck me too is at the end of the first episode, the end of the first part, you've got Troy and Beverly and Shelby all standing up to Riker all together. The females are aligned, and this is the direction we need to go, and you need to stay here and keep an eye on the house while we go to work, right? And this one, they are all just kind of like Beverly has it wrong with the sleep communication, and Troy is just, I don't know what she's doing. She's just not doing anything this episode. And Shelby just completely backs down. And it's just like, you talk about being defanged. I feel like everybody in this episode was really just kind of like there for the ride. And, the plot was driving itself. I just didn't get much action at all out of this, despite as having one of the highest number of effect shots ever produced for a TV show. And it being very pretty to look at, and there's an excitement to it. There's certainly some suspense and drama, but it's just full of nothing.
So because I remember this from the Memory Alpha, the Star Trek Next Generation companion notes that the two female main characters play important roles in saving humanity. It's Dr. Crusher who determines the Borg's fatal flaw, and Troy realizes it's Picard attempting to fight through his programming. Michael Piller was intent on servicing even the lesser-used members of TNG's ensemble, including Troy, from the beginning of fourth season onward. So apparently they thought it was more than they had been getting to that point.
And that's good. That's something at least.
Twice nothing Tell nothing, as the saying goes.
This is hilarious to me because I prefer this to part one, and you guys are so down on it. So I said
I
right at the end,
you'd like it more, but yeah,
I like it a
just
little
doesn't bite
more.
me.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
This was the fastest I've watched. I watched so much Star Trek in my life, like 100,000 episodes, and I know I can probably close my eyes and count to 42 minutes and be right on. This went so fast, but it's weird because as I was watching it, there were a few. I feel like, okay, this is a regular episode. There's no music. We're doing techno babble sitting around the back station. I'm like, if we get too many of these scenes, we're going to run out of time for everything else. And then I blink and the episode's over. I'm like, whoa, that went really fast. So normally when it goes fast, it's 'cause you're enjoying it. Normally you're enjoying it so much, it's like you don't realize time has passed. And this was a little different than that.
Yeah, I felt like we were talking a lot, and we were riffing on the episode as it was kind of happening, and we were talking about various things. I think a lot of it was that the episode pacing sort of like suited itself to. There was a lot of like short little pods to the episode. There was like the dealing with the Borg cube, and then there was the Wolf 359 section, and then there was the abducting Picard section, and the whole source of separation, and then there was the dealing with Picard, and there was lots of little short sections that sort of kept you engaged and kept you moving through the episode.
Ticking boxes.
Yeah, kind of, yeah, in a way. Yeah.
So you know what? I think the part of the thing is that like looking at part one as like I mentioned when we were when the shuttle takes off in the Enterprise and you get the cool antimatter effect shot with the cool sideways profile, that's awesome. And I said it's a bit Star Warsy, and I'm thinking about it now. And if part one is like A New Hope, and if this is like The Empire Strikes Back, but and then that would make Family Return the Jedi, which is where all the emotional catharsis is, because like the conventional opinion is that Empire Strikes Back is the best Star Wars movie, and maybe it is, but it's not my favorite. Return of the Jedi is my favorite one because it has the most emotional catharsis.
Most Ewoks, yes.
This is an entirely different conversation for another day, but yeah, okay.
Well, I guess no, it's relevant. Give me runway. And the reason why Return of the Jedi is my favorite is because it has all the emotional catharsis. All the stuff on the Death Star is way more about what the actual film is about. You have all the set pieces, you have all the character arcs running parallel with each other. It's ultimately about one guy saving his dad. That's ultimately
gets his dad back. To. Same. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, and it's like that's why family is essential to this. Like, I feel like we actually do have to do that because, like, otherwise. This becomes empty calories in a bad way rather than a middle part.
Right.
I almost feel like if you named Family Best of Both Worlds Part 3, I feel like that would maybe almost help. But I don't know.
Not quite.
I think I'm feeling what you're feeling, Idle. The plot isn't connected. There's some great scenes in this episode, but it's just all in isolation.
It's not as cohesive as part one. Part one was definitely
no big
had a
thread
through story through.
Yeah.
Like I feel like
narratively the thread is obvious, but it doesn't feel like it's all tied together.
I feel like this would have been better. Like a lot of two-parters going forward, like Redemption, Time's Arrow, Descent, whatever you feel like you want to rate them, but they do feel more like a two-parter episode. This feels more like I said in the Memory Alpha poll, like. The part two is like, oh fuck, how do we finish this? We need to write this because we don't know if we're coming back. And this is like early kind of, TNG had been syndicated, but they didn't know if Patrick Stewart was coming back, so they couldn't foment an idea until they had some solids. And then by that point, that's where the sort of the writing ends. And I'm not going to bash it. I still really enjoy this episode for what it is. Like it is still some really good television. It has its flaws, but.
I think it lost, as the kids say, the aura from part one.
Yes.
It just...
It strikes me why now, looking at this episode after having watched Picard Season 3 and how I thought that the end of that series was so weak, and it's because it completely ripped off Best of Both Worlds Part 2.
Yeah.
And like 100%, like there's just no bones about it. The exact same gambit, everything about it.
Well, yeah.
but I really like the idea of this being a bridge, and I'm looking forward to watching Family next.
This is one of the things, like, we moan, but we have to compromise the fact that this was a TV budget in 1990. Like, you look at Picard Season 3, right, they had a bigger budget. And, like, if you could have had Best of Both Worlds and the Enterprise D could have done some amazing fly-throughs through the Borg cube and they'd have rescued Picard, they absolutely would have. And it's one of those things, like, where do you draw the line with that kind of effect versus kind of what they had to work with, where they had to say, like, right, we have to do some more lab shots with Picard saying sleep, and then they just blow it up, because that's the television scene at the time with the budget that they had.
I don't know. I don't feel like this is an instance of it being constrained by it being network television. I feel like, if anything, all the effect shots are spectacles, so you don't notice the fact that there's no underlying theme of the actual episode. Like, if anything, it should be leaning more into the TV stuff. And I love this spectacle stuff. I think it's really, really impressive, and I love Riker's Gambit. I think it's great. It's absolutely in character. But
Gambit
it's like, what is the well, Gambit's fun. It's fun, but it's not. It doesn't amount to much, which I kind of said about this as well. Like, I think that it's driving at something in terms of Picard being a great man who comes back to himself. But the problem is that Picard doesn't have a voice until like the last 5 minutes. It's a struggle by a silent person that we just have to intuit. And it's not until Family that you kind of understand what was really going on here. And as a result, this felt like a rush. It feels like an adrenaline shot.
It's a rush.
But what happens after you have an adrenaline shot and you come down? Oh, you feel kind of empty and tired, and you're like, oh, well, yeah, that's what happened. You may in fact feel overtired.
I have a question for you. I have a question that's sort of directed a bit more at Dan and Otto than anything else. So, generally, like you like your TNG to sort of, unlike your Star Trek episodes, to be episodic, would have like a meaning and a moral value at the end. You want your episode, and also you've said before, like you want your episodes to have a meaning or a moral compass to be related to modern television. This kind of, I feel, stands outside of that in terms of technology. In terms of technology, as one might say. Like if the episode that sort of sits in my brain is Who Watches the Watchers, or Chain of Command, or something like that, something that sort of like shines a light on modern civilization. And how do you feel like, because this is these are iconic Trek episodes, these are the ones that sort of set it above and push it into the popular consciousness, like how do you feel like this sets it up as compared to those kind of moral values of which you adhere to, sort of like TNG and DS9 and Voyager?
Yeah. I don't really know. I think that I think the only real goal for this two-parter was just to make, and the allusions to Star Wars are really apt, because this is very cinematic. The fact that they were able to repackage this into a movie, they were going for something that was very different, in the same way that First Contact went for something that was very different compared to all the other Star Trek films. It's an action film. It's not a Star Trek film. It doesn't tell a Star Trek story per se. It still is a story in the Star Trek universe, but it's not a story of morality. It's a story of action and empty calories. Again, I didn't join you for the First Contact movie, but I was down on it when I first viewed it back in the day, and it's there's a lot left unsaid about humanity, about the triumph. Picard could have used his own strength of will to overcome, rather than just getting help from elite hacks or Data to jump in and knock the thing out of his hand. There's just so much about this that was, again, just another big swing in an attempt to make it more palatable. And I think the direction that Trek has taken more recently really speaks to how much we revere this two-parter, as being just a triumph, when in fact it really, when looking back on it critically, it didn't have enough to it that was really essentially Star Trek. I don't know if that answers the question, but that's what was on my mind.
No, that's fine.
So there's a question, maybe rhetorical, maybe not, that we've asked a lot on the stream, or I guess more of a comment. Well, you can't do that every episode, or it doesn't work. Can you do morality plays every episode and have it work? I'm not sure that that's impossible in episodic format.
No, I think that's absolutely, because I think Yeah, we reviewed Frame of Mind. And I don't think that's really a morality play. That's more just like
no. I'm just saying they don't need to all be the level watcher who watches the Watchers, but can you do
absolutely, I agree.
that kind of morality play every episode?
Not every episode is a Twilight Zone.
No.
But what
is that kind of format?
That's what I'm thinking. Like in an episodic, anthological kind of series, what's stopping you from doing that every episode? Other than sometimes you get like bored with the pacing.
I think part of the problem with like that is the kind of the problem that you ran into in Voyager, where it's a case of this is just XYZ TNG, especially and also in Enterprise. This is just XYZ TNG or DS9 episode, but done with a slightly different thing. Like there are a few remixes because it's like, yes, there is a massive breadth to human morality and consciousness and the nature of man, but there's only so many times you can approach it in that same morality play way. You can find different ways to tell it, but like, I don't know. I don't necessarily subscribe to the idea that there are only 7 stories in the world, but like there are a set number. There are a set number of stories.
So to answer kind of answer your question, the part that grabs my attention most in this episode is when Locutus is acting as a conduit for the Borg, and he asks almost mournfully, "Why do you resist? We're only trying to improve quality of life." I'm like, oh shit, it's first contact all of a sudden. Who are the Borg? What are their aims? It's not just to abduct and kill. There's something more here. And Dan, I thought what you said was apt, that like the dictator always thinks he knows what's best, but I feel like there's more behind them. Maybe there never was, or maybe they decided not to go in that direction. But I just like that scene, partly because Worf rises to the bait. He's so easy to provoke. I love that. But I just love him asking, like, there's emotion behind that. Is that Borg emotion? Is it Picard's emotion? Is it the meld of both? Was that the whole point of them abducting? There is like a mini episode in that scene that doesn't quite get unpacked the way that I wanted it to.
You could have had a whole series of like, what is the Borg's morality here? What is the Borg compared to human morality? And again, you're right. There could have been a whole. This could have been the first half of this. Well, they could have had a sequence abducting Picard and then had a conversation with the Borg. They could have had an almost, as much as we shit on season 2 of Picard, the actual scene of Jurati and the Borg Queen at the end, where they talk themselves into cooperation, could have worked here as well. Could have sort of like broken down the sort of like elements of what is Borgness and what is humanity, and realizing like the similarities and what is ego here, and various parts of things that are expanded. And they both failed in their own ways here, I feel.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what's interesting about Locutus, is that like you look at him as this kind of iconic character, this great Trek villain, so good that they brought him back for Armada and had him fight Picard, right?
Oh, that was so good.
But if you think about him objectively, he's a massive failure, because it's like the entire concept is the best of both worlds, the melding of man with like the Borg's like machine perfection, and it's like he's literally a confused like mournful like character who just doesn't get why humanity and Klingons and everyone doesn't want to get in on this. And it's because their morality, such as it is absolute. He just doesn't understand. They can only see morality as a some good or some bad. It's a case of, well, we want to raise the quality of life for everyone. We want to make your lives better. Why do you resist? It doesn't make any sense to us. And Locutus is an abject failure. He doesn't understand. He doesn't come to a conclusion.
Is Locutus the worst of both worlds?
In the end, I think that's the conclusion that the episode comes to, is that Locutus is, despite being the sum of both, lesser than the sum of his parts, because he's not as much of a threat as the Borg are as a force, and he's not the great man that Picard is, which is why Picard overpowers him with the assistance of his friends, obviously. But it's a case of, Locutus is a failed adaptation. And that also makes it so much more ridiculous that they try and do it again in Picard season 3. Because guess what? But the Borg should have learned this lesson. This doesn't work. And that's actually kind of an interesting way of looking at it. I never, it's kind of interesting to me in that way. The fact that, Locutus is kind of a pathetic character, really, when you break it down. I suppose like you say, most dictators are when you leave them alone in a room, like they're just like ranting and raving about why no one gets what they want trying to do and how the perfection of their vision is unmatched. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting way of looking at it, really.
Let's talk about Guinan sitting in Picard's chair. That scene.
Oh, it's great. Yeah.
I think I like the whole thing. I mean, because we've been kind of down on this episode. Does that work? Is this the best of?
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely think it is, because it's like that's the part of the episode that comes closest to having a point, in terms of you tried to kill whatever that is on the Borg ship, not Picard, and it's about like the necessity of leaving behind what you think is of someone, and like learning to be dispassionate and move on and reconsider your biases and grow as a person, even if it hurts. There's a moral point there. There's a point about character development and growth. And then Riker kind of spits in the face of it, and she's wrong, and he gets his Picard back. And yes, he's not quite the man he was. He's different, but he wins. He just flatly wins.
Yeah, I think Guinan is wrong. I think her ask of Riker is too great. She's had hundreds of years to come to terms with the loss of her entire species. This episode takes place objectively over the course of 2 or 3 days, and she's asking Riker to make this change on the term of a dime, and it lacks empathy, and it's very cold. It's not what I know of Guinan.
Okay, so who was it that said while we were watching that should have been Troy? Was that you, Dan?
Yeah, that was me.
No, talk to me about that. Would she have worded it differently, but come to the same conclusion, or would she just approach it completely differently? Or
I think Troy's insight, not being able, I don't know whether it was said or not, whether she could even detect any humanity in Picard when he was assimilated. Did they even cover that? It seems like
I think she mentions it, yeah, that like she can't feel him while he's there until a certain point at which she said, "No, it's Picard," and
that's after he gets to the third level of whatever. Yeah, I think that Troy's deeper insight, and she would bring more value to the scene and more believability to the fact that Picard is really well and truly gone and needs to be sacrificed. I think that would help Riker to maybe come to terms with what's going on here, but Riker being so obstinate, I guess maybe that's why they left her out, is they needed to have some plausible reason for him to kind of buck the trend. He doesn't have a relationship with Guinan. He had that little flirting scene, I think, and that was about the most that they've ever really interacted.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe I take that back. Maybe Guinan was the right person to believe that Will still thought that there was a shred of humanity left to preserve. So.
No, I want to push back on that a little bit, because I think that it totally makes sense for Guinan to do that, because yes, Guinan is this incredible empathic, sympathetic, wonderful listener, but she's got this great gaping wound in her heart where the Borg have hurt her most than anyone else. And I feel like that is a thread that they've carried through from Q Who. Like, there's a degree of serenity about it, but like they've hurt her again here. And I think that it makes sense that she would be like, no, you're going to try and move on. I know you're probably not going to listen to me, but you're going to have to go for it. And I feel like, yes, she's wrong, but she also manages to help Will come to the right conclusion. Like she's the one who knocks his head loose and goes, you can't tackle this by treating it as Picard. You have to tackle this by treating it as an enemy. And I think that's what kind of like knocks his head loose and gets him unstuck, because he starts that scene asking the chair, "What would you do?" And it's like, then Guinan turns up and tells him, "No, you can't do that. That will kill you." If he had done, what Picard expected of him, they would have lost.
So a bit of a non sequitur here, but because I know you hate it, Stars. At the end, when Shelby says we'll be up and running under a year. To me, that just read like, okay, that is the Shelby we knew from episode 1. That is her drive and her ambition, and she's just overestimating her abilities. Like, oh, we'll have it, no problem. And that to me didn't clang at all against my ears. I thought it was just like a read on her character. So,
I just think it's really callous in a way. It's like I don't think they establish a death toll in this episode, but we get one later, and it's clearly meant to be a massive loss. Like, oh, we'll have that fixed in under a year. And it's like, okay, what about all the people who died? What about them? Okay, we don't care about that. We only care about getting back Picard. Okay, just like I think
fuck Jennifer.
Like 11,000. Yeah, well, fuck Jennifer, fuck Hanson, fuck all the named characters who died in that. Like, okay, cool, we don't care about that. And like, there's this thing about her delivery there where it's like it's so chipper. And I feel like the Shelby of Part 1 might have said the exact same line, but it would have been with like ambition and drive, not with a chippiness of like it's all. It feels like a wink at the viewer that don't worry, there will still be an Excelsior class in the next episode to ferry some admiral along to give you a problem.
Just in time for the Dominion War.
I think we're ready to move on.
We are. I had to take a small wee break there, but let's have some bread. The moment in the episode that stood out to you the most, the same way that Picard going bread in Babel stood out to us. I'm going to start with Otto. What was your bread of the episode?
It's them in the science lab when he's mostly naked and Data's got his arm. Just something about the visual. I like the science lab room. They redress it a few different times, like using different sets, but it's a distinctive look. And those two just trying to, it's robot to robot trying to restore humanity. It's just such a fun juxtaposition. I always think about them in that room when I think about this episode.
Let's go diagonal, Dan.
Okay. Everything. So redone very well in the Avengers.
That's you and me, fuck sauce. Jesus.
How much did it cost you, Thanos? Everything. And so yeah, Picard has his little Shakespearean aside where he gets to look directly in the camera, and what can you remember? Everything. And he communicates so much. You could see it's amazing the way he turns on and off his disconnect to his own humanity, and you can see it in his face. And what he does, what Patrick Stewart does, is just remarkable, and I don't know anybody else who could have done it as well. And he does it right there when he just drops everything, and you can see the vulnerability in that one moment when he says it to the camera. It really hits home.
Okay, I'm gonna go next on the bread scale here. Oh fuck, I've forgotten it now. Oh yeah, that's right. The three tiny
it can't
little.
Be that memorable then.
No, it is. It is. I had a brief alcoholic moment there. No, it's the three tiny little ships that tried the Earth's perimeter defense being three ships. And I have a small fun fact. The Mars defense perimeter ships, which appear as the Borg ship approaches Mars, were based on the submarine model used in the Hunt for the Red October. And were made from a hull. Wow. They are basically three small submarines that try and attack the Borg cube. That is the entirety of Starfleet are so fucking lackluster. No wonder the Dominion rolled them over. If they've got fucking three small ships.
Listen, you're only ship in the quadrant.
Exactly, yeah, I was going to say, the Enterprise is the only ship in like 100 fucking parsecs or whatever it is. So yeah, that's definitely going to be my bread. Stars, finish the loaf. Treat yourself.
My bread is the side profile shot of the interior of the shuttle. As you see it take off from the shuttle bay going off into the antimatter spread fire. Like, it's such a cool like perspective shot, and it's so obviously like you can tell easily how it was done. It's not a particularly I can't imagine it was a particularly challenging shot for them to do, but it's very effective at portraying motion and like the chaos of it. And yeah, it's a very Star Wars-y like moment, but that's the one that I think worked the most for me. I really enjoyed that.
So, as far as your Voyager file, it reminded me a lot of, it may have happened more than once, episodes where they take the Delta Flyer to try to slip past the Borg's defense perimeter, and just somehow the way it was shot reminded me a lot of those episodes.
I could see it. Yeah, I'm thinking specifically of it. Is it in Unimatrix 0 or is it in Dark Frontier where they park the Delta Flyer like directly behind like a fucking Unimatrix? Yeah.
It happened more than once.
Yeah, just a plain Unimatrix. Nothing special about it at all. Just the hub of fucking all Borg. Okay.
The best advice I can give you is to just be yourself.
You're the worst thing that ever happened to Zek. You're the worst thing that ever happened to me.
Actually, that's the second best piece of advice.
In fact, you're the worst thing that ever happened to the entire Ferengi Alliance.
Do you know what I love about that? The fact I haven't had to do any pitch correction. Picard's no is perfectly at that third point in the arpeggio. It's so good.
You know what you should do, Idol? You should create like 6 or like 7 variations of it with like different variations on the no gag, and then you just put it on a randomizer so you don't know which one you're gonna get.
Yeah, that is very tempting to do. I can do that. That is something I have the power to do. Best and worst moment in the episode. Where did we start last time? So I done stars. You go first. Let's do reverse snake.
Ooh. Guess what? I'm gonna be a basic bitch. I'm gonna be a basic male image, and I'm gonna go for the easiest best in the entire series, maybe. And it's that moment when everyone leaves Picard in a room for the very first time in 3 days, alone with his thoughts. No longer, no Borg, no Riker, no Crusher, and he has his little coffee, little teacup. You can hear the little clink, and Stewart just plays it so perfectly. It is literally pitch perfect, and you get the slow turn to the bridge window music. It's incredible. I think that's the I've been spending a lot of this review like bashing on this episode for it being like empty, and it's like maybe, but I think that still has like a mother of all gut punches of like no. This is it's the assault of a person's humanity, and it's going to have consequences, and he'll never be the same person again. And I really love how they communicate that with no words. It's beautiful. In terms of my worst,
sorry, while you're thinking, I just to piggyback, there's the change in his demeanor actually is impressive because he is projecting normal Picard. He raises I don't know if he maybe smirks or smiles slightly once, but he's very good at projecting normal Picard. He even raises the drink, and then as soon as the doors close, the facade drops.
It falls and it's gone. Yeah. Worst, it might just be Shelby. It's Shelby. Like I stumped for her so badly in part 1, and then she's just a whole lot of nothing here. There's nothing to her. Like we have that one conversation in engineering, and she's fixed. That's it. And I don't know. Maybe that's nice. The idea that in the Starfleet future, everyone's a professional enough that it's crunch time. Have one conversation, get it out of your system. We're in. It's crunch time now. But she's nothing after that point. She could be Lieutenant Commander, whatever, but she's not Shelby anymore. She's just empty.
I actually really like that scene, but they probably should have put it at the end.
Yeah.
As to like, okay, good luck in the future with your next command. I'm sure you'll get it kind of thing. So. Yeah,
because it comes too early in the episode, and there's nothing for her to do after that apart from just say yes and no, really. Yeah.
I'm going to go next. My favourite moment is the whole Picard being assimilated section. So when you get him strapped to the table and you see some of the body horror, you kind of get a bit of the... Again, it's more Borg lore drop, really. You see them sort of needlessly shading his skin, attaching a new arm part, and you see the little tear, which is the first kind of hint of the humanity coming through. I kind of love that. That's a really nice scene, and it's nice to have that kind of development of how much humanity still sticks through despite all this sort of cybernetic work. My worst part is the extension of that is just like, and Picard is fixed. Aside from all the traumatic memories, Voyager struggled to get 7 to that level. Appreciate 7 had been assimilated since she was a child, but also there's the whole XB project in Picard and stuff like that. And the precedent is that can we just fix people that have gone through that much traumatic things? Is Starfleet Medical that good? And sometimes it isn't. It's very kind of inconsistent on what they can do, but it is an episodic kind of show, and they had to get Picard back into the chair. So
it made me think, actually, in that moment, did the Borg make adaptations in the future because they lost Picard so easily? Because when they work on 7, a billion times they mention, oh, these are Borg failsafes to prevent you from returning to humanity. Did they maybe see what went wrong with Locutus and said, "Right, we'll fix that in the future"? I mean, that's me explaining plot away, but
no, you could be right.
I feel like given how the Borg is set up with the adaptation and everything, I feel like that kind of I feel like there's room for that, the interpretation of it.
I will render my worst moment pointless then. Also, go next. That's fine.
Right, I got two best for you.
Oh,
first of all, Gleason, what a mensch! That guy didn't blink for 42 minutes. He was on it. He wasn't gonna miss a damn thing.
Yeah.
My other best, when they are in the bready space in my head, when they're in the science lab, and Locutus activates. And he turns, and they show a reaction shot of Brent. Fear on Data's face, which you will never see that particular shot from Brent Spiner again. I'm like, whoa, that was something. My worst. There's a scene on the bridge in the aft science station using multimodal reflection sorting. I've been able to detect the complex series, and all of a sudden, the fucking Riz was gone. All the aura from episode 1, I'm like, oh, this is just an episode of Star Trek again. And it lost all the cachet that it had built up was just gone, and we're in an episode. And I love TNG, but it was an episode from then on. So,
Dan.
Yep. I struggle to find a best. You guys have already taken some of the good ones, so I'll default to the lore dump when Data literally is downloading exposition through Locutus, and we get to get a little bit of insight into how the Borg is structured, and a little bit of lore there to get some color to him. Of course, this is 5 minutes before they blow them all up, and presumably we never see him again. So whatever. But there's just not a lot of standout moments for me. Although I can absolutely point to the worst moment. It's in the ready room at the end of the episode when Riker and Shelby are like all smiles. And, there's presumably 10,000 people dead, and they're all smiles. It's one hair short of a TJ Hooker freeze frame after they make nice.
Yeah,
and it's just.
I feel like Emissary is the apology to that. I feel like most of Emissary and Cisco's trauma is basically like, oh no, shit did happen. Like, but you are right.
Yeah.
Okay.
The man who loves hitting triggers is somehow reticent to hit another trigger.
I'm letting the moment breathe before
it's your pick.
I can show you my rating code.
Schiller rating 3.5. Associational rating norm -3.
That's much too low a rating. I'm just not accustomed to seeing an unsatisfactory rating on a member of my crew.
Gentlemen, last episode I gave you a simulated Aviform former and a matte painted canvas, mutating needlessly. This episode I'm going to give you a Schiller rating of, gentlemen, how many unblinking Gleasons out of 10
Thank you.
is this
Thank you, that's a good one.
See, I wanted that one, but I knew if I said it out loud, you'd pull a stars and be like, well, now I'm not going to do it.
No, I definitely clocked that as soon as we started talking about it. I was like, no, unblinking Gleasons is absolutely there.
Listen, you can never zig when they think you're going to zag.
Yep, you just got to keep going. You got to pull a Riker. Dan, start us off.
Well, I started with my pre-rated an 8. Unfortunately, I think this has gone down. Now, while I do appreciate getting a resolution, it didn't fulfill me. This was a whole lot of build-up that was done in the first episode, all the groundwork laid in Q-Who, just to basically put them all to sleep, have them blow themselves up for a reason I still don't really completely understand. Everything presumably going back like a Brady Bunch ending, right? Jen got her nose fixed and everything's fine, and I'm not happy after watching this. I don't feel as fulfilled as the characters do, and that's a disconnect that's hard for me to resolve.
Talk over you. I feel like this is like, you talk about episodic television, and I feel like this is kind of the one episode you don't want that to happen. Like this two-parter, especially. Like we talk about the average episode TNG. Okay, they got to wrap it up and do the serialization point, but they come to such a point, and again, I reference it when Who Watches the Watchers, which is like a perfect capsule of television. They get to the point and they move on. This is not an episode you can do that with. Sorry, carry on.
That's about it. So I guess I'm gonna have to downgrade this. It's gonna be pretty sharp. I think I'm gonna bring this episode down to a 6. Glazed over gaze Gleasons, unblinking Gleasons.
Gaze Gleasons.
Out of 10. So.
Oh, since I'm continuing diagonally, auto.
So this is interesting to me. I enjoyed it more than part 1, which I gave a 7.82. There are some really good scenes. I love that shuttlecraft scene. Just, it's almost, I want to use the word brilliant, the way that they used a minimal budget to convey a lot of action and suspense. I liked Guinan in talking to Riker. I like that brief moment where Locutus, what is there to the Borg? Is there more? And they kind of blue-balled us on that. But, I don't do this too often, but you guys have really talked me down on this. It was so discordant. You have all these scenes, a lot of them are good scenes, actually, but I feel like there's no link to anything. So I do have to downgrade this, even though I enjoyed it more than part 1. I'm going to give this 6.9 unblinking Gleasons. It's eminently watchable for me, but you may not remember that you watched it tomorrow, if that makes sense.
I'm going next. We'll finish on you, Stars. Yeah, this is weird. This is the one occasion, because there is the omnibus edition where you can watch part 1 and part 2 spliced together without the continuation. I feel like that almost feels like that's the superior version, almost in a way, because you have the throughput and you can kind of forgive a lot of the plot points that kind of get washed over. Okay, we don't see Shelby getting any meaningful exposition other than, cool, Riker's my friend, I'm off. And sort of like we do get some juicy Borg lore, which I do like. We get this expansion to a race that we kind of hope we'll see some more of. I never thought at the end of Best of Both Worlds, I never thought like, oh, we're never seeing the Borg again. I thought, well, there's got to be more ships out there. They'll revisit, and they don't really. They do I Borg, which is an amazing episode. Unfortunately, they do Descent, but it was not until Voyager did we get. And me being, how old was it at the time? Like 15, 16, and coming up and seeing like the episode where Chakotay encounters the Borg skeleton in the forest and then comes across the sort of like, the sort of the coalition of sort of Borg remnants, and then going into Scorpion was probably the most hype I've been, and Best of Both Worlds set that up, because it set up a lot of the lore, and, for whatever we think of the Borg going forward, Scorpion was an amazing kind of like, oh shit, we're there for the best reasons.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about Scorpion right now, and I'm thinking I might actually rate it a bit higher than this.
Kind of thinking that too, but we'll see.
That is a shy porn draft pick.
It is indeed.
Shai's got good taste.
But there is a lot of discordant in this script. Like I said before, there's a lot of pods where they were just like, it feels like they were like, right, let's just throw a few things into this script and just see what sticks, and then leave them there. Like, okay, we've abducted Locutus, let's have him talk to Worf and talk to the crew. Like, this is what makes us android humans from the return from the forbidden planet a little bit, and it was. It felt a little discordant at times. I still really enjoy it, but I feel like I enjoy it more as a single episode as opposed to the two individual parts coming back from the cliffhanger, and I think that's the one thing that's done really well on that front. That being said, I have to respect my I've got to pick a number, and like, as much as there are parts of this I don't enjoy, I have to respect it going forward and going back. I'm going to give this 7 unblinking Gleasons. This was good. It has its place in Trek history for sure. It is something I will rewatch, because you will rewatch Best of Both Worlds.
You got to have your resolution. Yep.
Yeah, you won't just watch part 1 and go, fuck it. Sorry.
When I feel let down or disappointed by an episode, and I'm like, oh, I should, be harsh and gradient or whatever, then I think about episodes like Code of Honor, some like really boring shit. I'm like, all right, no, it can be a 6 or 7, and you can still feel disappointed with it. It can still be above average and not as good as it should have been. So
no, this is it. It's still a good episode. It's still a resolution. It expands the lore. It does a good lot for Borg. It does a lot for fucking Picard. This is an essential Picard episode for his going forward into First Contact and into whatever you think of it for the Picard series as well. So 3 points off there. Stars, take us home.
Yeah, this is a unique problem in that it's almost not a story, it's almost not an episode, it is a collection of scenes. And
It's
that
shades of
collection of
gray.
scenes, this collection of scenes, I would say that 85 to 90% of them are good scenes. But the problem is that the connective tissue between these scenes is not clear. It is haphazard. It's, like you say, discordant is a good word for it. It's not until you really sit back and really kind of think about what this episode has to say that you realize that it doesn't have a lot to say at all. That being said, I think it's still I think it's a perfectly fine ender, especially considering if you consider it not really the ender but the mid part and lead into family, what it kind of actually is. It's not really designed to stand on its own. I think if you're going to do a movie version of Best of Both Worlds, it really should come with family as the third act. I think that'd be a really that's a way more interesting
Shire, one might say.
Maybe so. Because there are parts of it that I can point to and say that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. But when I think of the episode as a whole, I don't think, oh, what a fucking disappointment. I think it's just not as good as part one. So maybe this is you kind of. This is a subjective rating. I can't really explain it to you in any other words, but it's just 8 unblinking Gleasons out of 10 for me.
Yeah.
I think it's still a really well-produced, well-put-together, well-acted, well-written episode, but I don't think it's a good story. I think the individual bits are well-written, but I don't think the story is good, which I think is maybe a weird distinction to make, but it doesn't connect together in a satisfying way. And it's not until you sit back and think about it like this that you really realize that. Until I sat down to watch it with you guys, I was like, yeah, it's not as good, but it's still pretty good. And I'm like, it's only now that I'm like, yeah,
it's that critical eye, isn't it? When you actually sit and study it with other people, you kind of go like, oh, okay.
Yeah. But guess what? I'm a whore for empty calories. So what can I say?
Amen, brother.
I'd like to throw in just because we'll never get back to this unless we review Picard at some point. As much as they kind of gutted Shelby, I did appreciate what Elizabeth Dennehy was doing. She can't change a script, but she was trying to give a little smirk, a little sass, if that's the right word.
Yeah.
And I don't blame her for what happened. I think she was actually pretty good in part two.
Consummate performer, absolutely.
I would have welcomed her back in her prime, absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, she never got another shot to show up. Yeah,
I would have loved if, at the end of this, okay, she's not the first officer, but she's a part of the crew because she's such a unique character. You compare to Crusher and Troy as the other sort of female leads, she has a definite different energy. She would have fitted in. There would have been no sort of awkwardness, but. That's not how Bowman works.
If I said that Ro is a refined version, almost.
Absolutely, could have been,
different dynamic, rejigged, but
I feel like if her and Riker that storyline were its own episode, I would appreciate it more. Yeah, because when you have the big Borg threat punching you in the face, I want to be like, no, this ain't the time for that. Everyone follow the chain of command because that's just how I prefer it, but.
Okay, so
at the end of that.
At the end of that, we have rated exactly a 7.0 for the Best of Both Worlds, which scored as exactly this part 2, exactly the same as the Corbinate maneuver. 0.1 higher
another
than the
controversial one that hurt Dan deeply.
I know it did, yeah.
0.1 higher than the Cage, 0.3 higher than the Motion Picture. Could you believe it? I'm outraged, but not as good as Babel, not as good as Subspace Rhapsody, not as good as Terra Prime, which was a 7.3, which we thought was the weaker of the two. This has definitely been an interesting conversation to have, especially about this episode.
Idle. So, what was the rating for part 1?
Part 1 was
9.3.
9.3. Yeah.
So 9.3 and 7. What's the aggregate of that?
What combined?
8.15.
Yeah, because if we've got part 1 and part 2.
Oh, you mean the average?
Yeah, so 8.2 for
yeah.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah. That's okay. I mean,
pretty bad. This is one of the most revered two-parters of all time.
Wow.
That's pretty bad. I think we just shat on history, guys. I'm sorry.
Well, guess what? Guess what? I'm the guy that will tell you with a straight face that Sean Connery is the worst James Bond. So guess what? Maybe that's on par for me.
They're never going to clip us for the 50-year Blu-ray anniversary edition, will they?
Sponsorship. Yeah.
Well, considering it's the 60 years, yeah, we've definitely missed our chance. But okay. All right. Thank you, everyone in chat for watching. Thank everyone for watching this review. This has been a blast. We will be back on Wednesday, the 25th of February, to review Family. So part 3 coming up. Our return to the Jedi to this 2-part Star Wars entry into yeah, why don't we have that anymore? Where the yeah, thank you. Dan is
I think it's exclamation mark video.
No, you have to do this.
He changes the triggers every 5 days.
It's because I use a new system. There we go. I just realised what a fucking massive guitar that guy has. It's huge. Anyway, thank you for watching.
They're a mariachi band, dude.
We will see you soon. Come and join us on Wednesday. Live long, prosper, and ta-ra. Bye-bye.
And keep your Gleason.
So, this is what we've decided. Lisa gets you Tuesdays and Fridays. I get you Mondays and Thursdays.
We, alternate Wednesdays and weekends.
Hold on, I don't think I'm old enough to hear this kind of thing. Ladies, good day. Romano, good luck. You can return my car in the morning. If you can still drive, I'm taking the bus.